Ladies and gents, good morning. I'm taking it as around 10 o'clock. All of my clocks have different times at the moment. My highly unreliable watch might dictate how we go. Good morning. It's 10 o'clock, time for me to open this inquiry. My name is Mike Robbins. I'm an environment scientist and chartered planner, appointed by the Secretary of State to conduct this inquiry and to determine this appeal. Inquiries into the appeal by JPM Limited made into against the decision of West Northants Council to refuse planning permission for construction of a solar farm, battery stations and associated works and equipment. Number of different ways of describing the site through the evidence, but the original application was land at Halse Road, south of Greatworth, Northampton. Copse Lodge is the other reference that I've had fairly consistently. I'm quite happy for people to use any of the descriptions. Let me just check on volumes in this room. We've got microphones running, and I think because we're being streamed to the rest of the world, microphones will be a requirement throughout. Fingers crossed their microphones are adjusted now to run for longer than the 3 minutes that we had in Northampton.
Yes, sir. Good morning. I'm told that will indeed be the case, but unlike in Northampton, we do need the microphones to pick up the sound for streaming.
Yeah.
If we forget to put them on, we won't be heard. Some may say it's an advantage, but that's the position.
Thank you very much. That is a reference to the fact that 2 weeks ago I was in Northampton dealing with a case not that far from here. And Mr. Richards was with me at the time. So any references to the earlier cases to that previous inquiry. I'm assuming, therefore, that people at the back can pick up the microphones. I'm not quite sure how the systems are set up and whether hearing loops are working, etc. if necessary. By all means, if you ever can't hear me or hear one of the participants, please put your hand up. I'll try and keep my eye line up so that I can capture that. There's already a hand going up, which suggests you can't hear. You not entirely. Is that, we're going to have to play with them. Is that a little better? Right. I'll try and be microphone well behaved. We had a slight issue with the notifications as regards the location, town hall or forum. I'm hoping that that's, I've been told that there was someone stationed, and I've got a number of people in the back of the room here. Certainly got, I think, all of our parties I'm expecting to see.
There is both a notice affixed to the door of the town hall and somebody outside it until 10:30 on sentry duty to divert anybody who might go to the town hall to hear. The only place where the town hall got a bespoke mention was on the post CMC note, and that is because I led you astray.
I thought you were going to blame me for a moment.
At the CMC. I won't say whether or not I was led astray in turn, but in any event, the notification letters for the inquiry, the official notification letters, has it taking place here.
Very good. Very good. Ladies and gents, while it appears the dark days of social distancing, etc., are behind us, I'd just ask that everyone is conscious of any restrictions in the buildings and respect any other people's choices as regards that matter. Proceedings are being streamed, and we have an awful lot of screens helping us see where we are. That's useful. But it is just a reminder of the necessity of working well with the microphones. Just a little bit of housekeeping for me. If we can make sure that mobile phones are switched at least to silent while we're in the room, that would be very helpful for me. And my understanding is that there's no fire alarm tests to take place today, but if we can have an indication of the fire alarm procedure if it does go off.
Yes, sir. We go down the stairs following the green, the usual green arrows, and we get to the ground floor and out of the either of the front doors, and we congregate on the mound.
Yes.
Outside.
Thank you very much.
As you say, nothing is scheduled for today, or indeed for the rest of the week.
No, thank you. While we're being streamed, I don't know if anyone was intending to also film proceedings. I don't have any problems with people filming proceedings if they so wish, but I always ask that they're conscious of other people's concerns on that matter. But as we are, I think, fully streamed for this event, I don't think that'll be an issue. just to let you know, I've got an opening today that deals with procedural matters and hopefully will answer any questions that the people in the room may have about what the procedures will be over the next few days of this inquiry. It usually takes me about half an hour to get through that. If you could hold questions perhaps till the end, that would be helpful, but there will be a number of points that I'm going to be asking for some support from both sides on as we go through the opening. Let me just start with the names of everyone that we have here representing the main parties. I'll start with the appellants. Ms. Osmond-Smith, we've met before, so if you'd like to introduce yourself and your team.
Yes, good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone else. My name is Thea Osmond-Smith, and I'm a barrister instructed together with my learned friend Odette Chalaby at the end on behalf of the appellants. There are various appearance sheets around the room, so people should be able to get the spelling right. I'm instructed by Paul Burrell, who's Executive Director of Pegasus Group. He will be giving evidence on planning matters, and sir, you should have a proof, appendices and a rebuttal from Mr. Burrell. In respect of my other witnesses, I'm going to be calling Jonathan Evans on landscape. He sits to my left. Again, proof of evidence, appendices and rebuttal from him. Gail Stotion is going to be dealing with heritage matters, also towards the end of the table. Same again, proof, appendices and rebuttal. And Howard Fern, who sits behind me, sir, in the white shirt over there, is going to be giving evidence on matters concerning ecology and biodiversity.
Thank you very much. Mr. Richards, yourself and for the council.
So good morning. Yes, my name is Hugh Richards, H-U-G-H Richards. I'm also a planning barrister. I'm instructed by the legal services of the council. And I'm calling, as you know, two witnesses. First of all, Mr. Gary Stevens, who deals with planning matters, and Mr. Neil Ferber, who deals with landscape matters. And the correct spellings of their name and post-nominal letters will be on my opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richards. Now we have what's known as a Rule 6 party with us today. That is an interested party that had registered specifically to take part in the inquiry. Would you like to introduce yourself and what team that you will have?
Good morning, sir. My name is Flora Curtis, and I'm also a barrister instructed directly by Nicholas and Veronica Ward on behalf of the Copse Lodge Action Group. And we'll be calling 4 witnesses on behalf of CLAG, Veronica Ward, who deals with landscape and other matters, Gabriella Grafty-Smith, who deals with landscape matters, James Foote, who deals with landscape and some other matters, and Nicholas Ward, who addresses landscape, heritage, ecology, and other matters.
Thank you very much. Ms. Curtis, it's always helpful for me to have a listing of the names with any referencing that they would prefer to have associated with their names, qualifications, etc. So if you're able to sort of do a list like that for me at some stage, that would be extremely helpful.
Yes, thanks, sir. I have a list, but I haven't actually printed it, so I can email it through.
Perfect. Now we have a number of interested people here. Very nice to see local residents and local councillors attending the events. I am conscious that I've had, I think, indication from 3 who wish to attend and speak at the inquiry today, but let me just see. Sorry, I'll just summarise that. That was Mr. Bingham for Greatworth and Halse Parish Council, Mr. Morris for Farthinghoe Parish Council, and a Ms. Dobson. Have we got the 3 of those here? Oh, excellent. Good. Were there any others who wanted to speak at the event? 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm going to go left to right. Oh, hang on. 4. I'm definitely going to go left to right now. Okay, I'll go left, your left to right, my right to left, if that makes sense. Just so that I can capture your name. Okay, I'm going to ask for your name and whether you're content just to make a statement this morning. To give you some idea, I typically ask for the main parties to give their opening statements. You'll then know the cases that are perhaps being put by all that are in the room. And then I'll come to interested parties if they wish to make their statement at that time. If you're not able to, you've got to rush away, or you'll prefer to make a statement at a different time, please let me know. So I'm looking for your name. I will say whether you're supporting or against the scheme, because I have had comments from both. And then whether you're prepared to be making a statement this morning. Shall I try and guess a time? We're usually pretty good at around 11 to 11:30 for the sort of time I'll be coming to you for making a statement. So there's a little summary. You can always ask me questions as we go through. Going from your left to right. Yes. Jane Kibble. Yes, I've had comments from you in response to the appeal letter. Okay. You're happy to make a statement this morning? Okay, very good. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Yep. You're around this morning. Very good. Now we were moving across, weren't we? Yes. All right. Thank you very much. That's very good. Now, did I see a hand sneak up at the back? I did. Okay, so that was 5 names. Did I capture everyone? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. Very good. Because of the nature of the streaming, when I do ask you to make a statement, I'm going to pull you forward to that table so we can switch the microphones on so that those who are perhaps watching from home can hear what's to be said. What I will probably do is take the 3 that had registered to speak first, because I've actually got printed copies for me of what they were to say, which is very helpful. I think that's been shared with the parties. I would say that I don't need to have the same points sort of repeated, but obviously it's your opportunity to put forward your concerns about the scheme. I think you're all against, yes, your concerns about the scheme, and I'll certainly take notes as you go through, but if you have anything printed out in terms of a statement, then the council, I'm sure, can help share that if necessary.
Yes, we can I'm quite sure, help anybody in the room with printing.
I'll just point out that in addition to the letters that came back to me following the notification of the appeal, I've also got copies of the comments that were made during the planning application with West North Halse. I would also say that for those who are to address the inquiry, in the interest of fairness, if you do wish to question any of the other witnesses as we go through the inquiry, you need to be prepared and willing to have your evidence questioned by the opposing parties. But I'll ask if, when you come to the front, whether you're willing to just make a statement or be questioned. Historically, inspectors used to collect attendance lists just to reassure the council that we don't do that anymore. However, you do need to collect lists for fire purposes or whatever, please feel free, but there's no need for them to be passed on to me. Now, let's just deal with those notification letters that I've referred to a couple of times. I had the initial notification letter the 20th February. In fact, I got people here, I assume that the later one went out, but I'm not sure I've seen a copy.
Yes,
of it.
it did, and I'm told that it went to the case officer Holly Dutton at Pins, who has acknowledged receipt of it, the inquiry notification letter.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. And I've checked on site and the notifications are all there too, including the interested parties who now form the Rule 6. I also got a number of letters, including one of support and some 12 others of objection, and in addition some from the statutory consultees at that stage, including from Greatworth and Halse Parish Council and Farthinghoe Parish Council. I assume, Ms. Osmond-Smith, the appellants have seen the letters that came in on the inquiry notification.
I think we have, but I'll check with the team again and I'll let you know if there's any missing.
Okay, thank you. Let's then deal with the evidence that's before the inquiry. I've received and read the proof of evidence on behalf of the appellants from Mr. Evans and Mr. Burrell, of which included, I think it was your evidence, Mr. Burrell, included the original ecology statement from Mr. Fern, but I've also had subsequent rebuttal as well. And the heritage proof was separate from Ms. Stoughton, and there's also a rebuttal associated with the heritage proof. And from the council, Mr. Ferber and Mr. Stevens. For the action group, now I had proofs from Mr. Ward, Mrs. Grafferty Smith, Mrs. Ward and Mr. Foote, and I think a rebuttal from Mr. Ward. Is that sum total?
Yes, that's all.
Very good, thank you. And they've all been exchanged. You've been able to pick up the rule sixes. Very good. Now, I hopefully had a statement of common ground on planning, quite a late one on landscape, Friday. I'm not sure where I'm at with the statement of common ground because I think I've seen a draft between the appellants and the action group. Perhaps I can be brought up to date on where we're at with that.
So yes, if I may, discussions are ongoing. We've had a latest version back from the Rule 6 party yesterday, but as you might imagine, the focus for our team last night was on today.
Yeah.
And the things that need to be covered today. So we'll return to that as soon as we can. If I put it this way, some common ground might be helpful, but I don't think it's going to be determinative of either party's case in this matter.
Yes, I think that's a fair summary. I think CLAG yesterday evening sent through another draft of the statement of common ground and are just awaiting response from the appellant.
I am conscious that there's been an ongoing discussion and debate around red lines, boundary issues, which side of a ditch or hedge, etc., implications for landscaping. Now, quite clearly, the matter of exactly where the boundary lies is not one for this inquiry, but the implications in terms of whether the expected landscaping can be delivered is, and I'm hoping that that's going to be the focus of what I hear rather than the debate about whether I'm not the land registry. Let me put it like that. I'm not the arbiter of exactly where a property line would sit, but I need to understand the implications in terms of the landscaping. And if a statement of common ground helps me with that, that's useful, but I'll wait and see what comes through. Just want to pick up on plans very quickly, because I've tracked a number of revisions of the landscape strategy, and I just want to check that I've got to the latest one. I mean, helpfully, section 4 of the statement of common ground lists the original and revised plans. Am I right that it is Plan N, although there is an issue around some complications over believed misrepresentation of footpaths and et cetera. So help me out. Where are we at?
So
Who
we're
wants
on
to take that?
revision O,
Right.
straightforwardly.
Okay, we move forward. All
And
right.
that was the plan that was appended to Mr. Burrell's rebuttal, picking up again on the issue helpfully raised about the footpath being the wrong side of the red line boundary in the southern part of the site. So that correction has been made to this plan, and that's where we are now. I have copies in A3 and A1 of that landscape site layout and landscape strategy plan. And I know, sir, that at the CMC you discussed the issue of boundaries around Mr. Ward's property.
Well, I didn't overly discuss it. I suggested that there needed to be some work, but it isn't my role to define it. Yes.
Yes, there was a discussion around that matter and about what needed to happen there, because there was obviously an incorrect transposition of the red line. So obviously that was dealt with in revision N, but the footpath issue remained outstanding. There's also an issue, and I'm going to address it, sir, now with you, and Mr. Evans can explain further when he gives his evidence. But what's been provided on the proposed site layout and landscape strategy is, of course, you'll see base aerial mapping, and that's supposed to be helpful for context and to show what's going on around the area and how the scheme, particularly in respect of green infrastructure, hedgerow planting, trees, etc., would tie in with that existing context. The problem is something new I've learned about base aerial mapping is that because of the curvature of the Earth, that there are slight discrepancies with the base aerial mapping. So something that was meant to be helpful to show the context can actually lead to slight peculiarities in where red line boundaries align with features on the ground. So we've tried to do that as best as we can while making the correction to proposed site layout revision O, and I hope that makes more sense now than it did previously. But that's essentially the issue. It's the base aerial mapping which is slightly confusing.
Okay.
But well, certainly I only had a hard copy in A4. So I have A1 and A3 for anyone who would like them.
I would be grateful because I have them in various places, but up until now, entirely electronic, which is great if you want to zoom in, but you can't see the actual full scale of the thing. So it would be very helpful for me. Thank you. We might as well kick off our inquiry documents with it. Why not? Thank you very much. Ladies and gents, that's one of the plans of the proposal known as the landscape. I think it's called the layout and landscape strategy plan, has been through a number of iterations. And I will say one of those iterations was a little while ago with the removal of panels from some parts of fields and revision to some of the landscaping. We had discussion on that, and I indicated at the time that that was within the bounds of acceptability for changes that can be made within the appeal process. And the council haven't challenged that up to this point, and I'm content. So as it stands, this revision O, and I think it would be helpful if there was a copy available for the back so that people can look at it perhaps as we go through. This revision O is setting out the proposed layout of not just the panels, but the hedging, permissive paths, tree planting, etc., that is proposed within this scheme. And as I say, well, you can tell by the number that it's ended up with, revision O, that it's been through a number of changes to this point. But we've got this now as the up-to-date and the one that we'll work to through the inquiry. Quite clearly, we've got the location plan and the landscape strategy as plans to be approved. There seem to be a lot of finer details within the set of plans that were put out. Is the expectation that those are to be agreed subsequently under condition, or should we have them as approved plans to go forward? I'm talking about fence details, CCTV details,
So yes,
storage, etc. There's about 12 of them.
Yes, and I think
they are headed typical, which always makes me think that they're indicative rather than plans to be approved.
And I think that's right, sir, because I think what essentially comprises those elements of the scheme, if it were to be built out, depends on what's available at that particular time. And that's why something typical is given. So as for the dimensions scale, for example, I think that would essentially be fixed, but the look, design, make, model, those sorts of things are going to rest on what's available.
Yeah.
So in that sense, I suppose it sets a parameter rather than a fixed detail.
Thank you very much.
So will we be looking for conditions to be drafted in general accordance with that sort of thing?
Happy with that? Yeah.
We'll touch on conditions in a minute and see where we're at. Let's deal with some of the proceedings that we've got coming up over the next few days. We were originally timetabled for 3 days. I said that was optimistic. I think everyone agreed with me. We've been through a number of iterations. I can't apologize for the implication of potential strike action, because their intention of strike action is to be disruptive. It was disruptive to the process. I was unaware at the time that I was trying to find a solution to meet everyone's needs, with that involved, that there was movement on the matter of the strike action. The movement has taken place. We are now where we're at, which is that we've got all days available this week, and hopefully a day next week if it's necessary. I think it's worth us just having a go at the programme, because I put out something, and I will say it was very draft, but I wanted to put out something to give us a chance to see whether the 4 days of this week and the 1 day of next week would be sufficient to do the job. So I'm going to ask that question in a very open way, with all three main parties here, about whether they felt that the draft programme works as is, whether there's change we need to make, and whether we can work within those timescales. I did have some timings come back in towards the back end of last week, which seemed to work all right with the draft programme that I had put together. One question while we have this discussion is the matter of round tables was a matter that was discussed briefly at the CMC as a possible alternative in circumstances where the cases aren't being taken by the council, as to whether the appellants were content with the proofs or whether they had substantive evidence that they wished to deal with coming from another party. If we wish to go ahead with the round tables, I'll go ahead with the round tables, but I'll take your views on that as well. Just to keep some control on it, I'll go with Mr. Richards, Ms. Curtis, then Ms. Osmond-Smith. I'll pick up with you. So, Mr. Richards, your thoughts on how that programme developed?
Yes, the programme that I saw was when we weren't sitting on some of the days.
Right.
I don't think I've seen a programme since then.
There has been a programme since then.
Personally.
Oh, you haven't seen one? Ah.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I made a stab at doing my own programme.
Ah, right. Okay.
But no, just to double check that my blood pressure would survive this session this morning, and I think it will. My time estimates that I gave, that's to say an hour in chief for Mr. Ferber, 40 minutes or 30 minutes, I think, for Mr. Stevens, and then cross-examination up to an hour and a half for Mr. Evans and up to an hour for Mr. Burrell. Those all hold good. Yep. And I'll be 10 minutes in opening and I'll be 30-ish in closing. So,
okay, well, maybe I should just set out very briefly what the programme was. I'd assumed it had come through to you, Mr. Richard. Apologies. I saw today to include all of our openings, the interested party statements, of which we have 8 now, to be able to conclude with the landscape evidence from the council today. That's in chief and cross-exam. Yeah. Tomorrow, the engaging with really most of the CLAG evidence. What's the way we'd like to address you, Ms. Curtis? CLAG, the action group, Rule 6, what works best for you?
I think CLAG.
Okay. Most of the CLAG evidence, I think, which will pick up on, I think you listed every single one of your witnesses as having landscape, but landscape plus.
Yes, this is something we've been thinking about because obviously all of the individual witnesses touch on landscape, but Mr. Ward, I think, mostly also touches on other matters.
Yes.
So we were proposing that it would be sensible to do all of CLAG's witnesses who aren't Mr. Ward, and then also Mr. Ward tomorrow morning also address the elements of his proof on landscape, and then where he was originally in the programme, I think Thursday morning, to touch on his other evidence. So I think that's simply the planning benefits if heritage and ecology are to be dealt with at a roundtable session.
Okay, so my original programme had CLAG on Wednesday morning, leading into, that would then have been the totality of objections on landscape matters before coming to the appellants for Wednesday afternoon and hopefully completing on the appellant's landscape evidence. And then we have the roundtable question. I had roundtable question mark for Thursday morning and completion of the CLAG planning and other evidence, because for me, quite a lot of the overlap of planning and heritage stuff from CLAG was within Mr. Ward's evidence. So I didn't know quite how those would work as a pairing. Leaving the council's planning evidence Thursday. Sorry, this is Mr. Richard, just complete for you. Appellant's planning evidence on Friday morning, finishing at 1 o'clock if necessary. That should be the completion of all of our evidence, allowing Monday for site visit, closings, conditions, etc. We can talk about how Monday works in more detail later if we need Monday. Okay, Mr. Richards, that sort of sums it up. Does that still work?
That still works for me.
Okay.
I do have one request about the start time tomorrow.
Okay.
When you come to start times, in order that I may appear remotely in front of a colleague of yours at a CMC tomorrow morning, he is prepared to have the CMC at 9 o'clock.
Right.
You're prepared to start at 10 o'clock. Otherwise.
Oh, I will start at 10.
Okay, thank you. Otherwise, I can get somebody else to cover it for me.
No, I will be starting at 10. Not all of the industrial action associated with the civil service is yet concluded. One of the clear ones at the moment is effectively a work to rule notice. And conscious of the need to prepare, I'm suggesting a 10 o'clock start for all subsequent days.
Perfect.
So on that, if I may, does 1 o'clock on Friday then present a hard boundary?
It pretty much does. Okay, Ms. Curtis, are you content then with the, if you like, that rough programme for witnesses? I'll say if there's anywhere that we're going to gain time, and I did wonder if we might gain enough time that we would have got through the evidence by Thursday afternoon, that then we could do a site visit on the Friday morning. I don't think actually realistically that's going to happen looking at the timings that we've got. But does that work for CLAG witnesses?
Yes, that does, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Osmond-Smith, does that work with you in terms of that sort of outline programme?
So yes, happy with that save for this point.
Yep.
We have on Monday morning closing statements, and you may have received notice by the case officer that we asked if that could be Monday afternoon instead, simply because finishing on Friday, closing submissions will have to be drafted. And once drafted, will have to be shared with the team for their review. And resuming on Monday morning, it puts some significant pressure on those activities taking place.
Yes, I mean, I was making quite a lot of compromises to get here for Monday morning, because otherwise I think the options were we were going to end up going into another day. But as I said, it can be up for debate, and there is an argument that says we should meet somewhere to do the site visit on Monday morning and then come back to this place to complete on closings, conditions and closings. And I'm happy to run it that way around if that's the way we prefer.
Thank you, sir.
And just while we're on the subject, this room is ours, other than we are asked to finish at 5 o'clock on Thursday, because there is a meeting here later on that evening.
Okay, let's just briefly touch on the issue of round tables. There's obviously a number of ways that set of evidence could be dealt with. One is, Ms. Osmond-Smith, for you to bring your witnesses to the stand and allow CLAG to have their opportunity for cross-exam, or do the same with Mr. Ward. I put it down as round table potentially. Originally, I even put it down as it can be dealt with by the planning witness with just a statement. Any thoughts on the proposals for round table? And Ms. Curtis, obviously this is key for you with your team leading on the ecology and heritage issues. Although, let's say we do still have a point of difference between the council and the appellants on heritage
Yes.
matters.
Yes, we do, sir. Not one I think that is of any consequence as far as the planning balance is concerned, because either way, the council considers that the harm that they've identified is outweighed by the public benefits of the scheme.
Well, there's not a framework objection on heritage, but there is a weight that can
Yes.
still go to the final planning balance in
Yes.
terms of the differential between less than substantial harm and no
Yeah.
harm.
And of course, we know we have to be careful with balancing heritage impacts in the planning balance, given the way in which that's set out in the framework and also the statutory requirements. But of course, there's a difference between the parties as to whether that harm arises at all. So we're content to deal with them by way of roundtable. In this instance, it may well assist you if you have any questions arising on matters that have been raised, particularly by CLAG and by other interested members of the public.
Ms. Curtis, was that again? Does that work with your witness? The idea of managing those as a roundtable basis. We just haven't had a chance to really discuss this in more detail because of the way the programme went together.
Yes, I think CLAG's strong preference would also be to deal with the issues by way of roundtable. Yes, obviously CLAG's witnesses are not experts, so they'll have less experience, I suppose, doing roundtables and how they work, but I'm sure we can manage that.
Yes, roundtables don't have, that's the whole point of them, is they don't have any particularly formal structure. It's however I feel they're going on the day. So hopefully that will work better for yours. Good. Okay. Well, it looks like my very draft sort of done on the hoof as I was traveling last week programme will almost work. I don't see any reason why we won't be able to complete things on that Monday at the moment. We'll obviously keep track of it, but I think I'd put, the frustration is I thought there might have been enough time to complete on the Friday, but I just don't think it's going to work, but we'll see how we get on. We'll see how we get on.
Yes, I mean, if we can pinch 3/4 an hour here or an hour there, we might do it.
Let's put it like this. I think the only change to that program that could happen, just so people are aware, is that if we do better, then Friday might be, we might have completed the evidence by Thursday afternoon, and Friday morning could be a site visit, and Monday could then become virtual for conditions and closings. Does that make sense? That's the only way I saw it working as an alternate. It would still give you the weekend.
Yes.
Very good. Ladies and gents, we were just trying to sort out an understanding of how this week will go. It would have been difficult for you to have translated exactly what that means. What it effectively says is that we will hear from the council on their landscape objections today. We will probably hear from all of the other parties' concerns on landscape matters tomorrow. That includes CLAG and the appellants. We will then deal with round tables. Now, what does round table mean? In a formal inquiry, you have a witness who is presented to the inquiry and then who is available to be cross-examined by the opposite side. In round tables, it's less formal. I can put questions, other parties can put questions. It's more of an open discussion. So we'll hopefully run the heritage and ecology matters in that way, completing on evidence on planning, the general planning issues involved here from CLAG, from the council and from the appellants on Thursday and Friday. It does mean that we'll potentially back here on Monday. If we can do things better, we might not be here, we might be in the virtual world on Monday, which just makes it easier for everyone in terms of traveling and attending events. But we'll know better where we're at as we go through the week. But hopefully that gives you an idea of how the evidence is expected to come through in this inquiry. Any questions on the programme? Happy? Very good, thank you. Oops. We talked briefly about start times. It'll be 10 o'clock each morning. We'll break around 1 o'clock for a lunch break, but we'll grab a couple of breaks morning and afternoon. Timings, I usually say, are flexible. They're less flexible at the moment. I'll try to finish at or near 5 o'clock, but we'll try and make sure that the inquiry fits the timetable as best as we can. And I'll look for support of the advocates to look for the most convenient breaks as we go through. My understanding, and Mr. Richard, I think, has just confirmed this, is that we can leave papers in the room other than Thursday night. It's a tidy up on Thursday night. Let's just deal with the site. I've had mostly a drive around the area when I arrived later than I'd hoped yesterday. So I've been able to take a number of the views that have been identified from publicly accessible areas. I haven't walked all of the footpaths, but I have managed to get a number of the overviews that people have identified from various points. And I've also managed to go into each of the surrounding villages and just driven the Halse road in both directions just to get a feel and understanding of that. But it's my intention to carry out a accompanied site visit later. Now, I've had some suggestions of locations and routes from a number of people, and I'm really hoping that there's some sort of agreed itinerary coming together between the parties to make that site visit the most efficient and effective that it can be. How are we doing on that? Anyone want to pick that one up?
So we'll make it happen.
It does just work better if particularly the landscape witnesses have all had a discussion about whether we can capture the right site, right viewpoints. Mr. Richard will know this. I'm entirely content to walk for a couple of hours if walk for a couple of hours is necessary. I know that solar farms need extensive site visits, but also have a think when that itinerary is being put together about how much of it needs to be accompanied and how much of it can be left to me, just to carry out on my own. I think the latest one was Friday again, and it seemed to be a fairly logical setup, but just to understand the best way to run that route, best place to park, best involvement of CLAG, and whether we've picked up CLAG's concerns within that programme. Please.
We'll put together an itinerary.
Thank you very much. Okay, just in terms of the other formality of an inquiry, a few moments I'll set out the main issues. I'll then ask the main parties here to give me their opening statements. As I've said, I'll then come to the people at the back of the room for an opportunity for them to make their opening statements. When the witnesses do come forward, we'll be looking for evidence in chief, as it's known, which is really approaching the evidence that they've put in front of the inquiry and explaining their position before they'll be opened up to questioning from the other side, cross-examination. I'll give an opportunity for re-examination in each case also. We've got a witness table here, which seems fine or will work okay. We just remember to switch the microphones on and off as we go. Having completed all of the evidence, we've talked about that likely to be for next Monday. I'll be looking for closing statements from the parties. Always helpful for me to have written versions, please. But in this case, it's not a report, no need to be formally in Word. It's just so that I've got something to work with when we're there on the day. Conditions is something that I referenced a little earlier. I had a helpful comment in the Statement of Common Ground, section 10, which says the council's produced a list of suggested conditions. I'm not sure I've seen them, and I'm certainly not sure if they've been agreed. Anyone know where we're at on conditions? Because section 10 said we've produced it, but I've searched, I haven't found it.
There is a list, a draft list that the parties are discussing between them. It's going back and forth.
Last night the ball was hit back from the appellants towards us. And
yes.
I think the ball is in our court.
I obviously want to have a look at the conditions to inform the condition discussion. I want them to be as agreed as they can be, but sometimes they just can't be. All I really need then is alternate wording on the list that comes through to me. Just makes it much easier to have that discussion, much more efficient to have that discussion. So hopefully the top spin lob will come back, Ms. Osmond-Smith, in the direction of your team very soon, and it will be, let's say, not a winner, but at least something that reaches conclusion on conditions. Now, I asked at the CMC and the answer was no. I'm going to ask again. I'm asking simply because there is this issue of the picnic area. I was just wondering if there's any section 106 plan for handing over land or anything like that involved in this case. I'm hoping the answer is no, because I haven't seen one. I haven't prepped for one.
The answer is no.
Thank you very much. When we get to talk about conditions, which at the moment looks like Monday, it will be again an open discussion. I emphasize that that does not mean that I've made up my mind on this case, or in fact that being involved in such a discussion from the council's point of view, in any case, weakens their position. It's just a necessary part of the inquiry process that an agreed listing of conditions that could address and mitigate issues associated with the scheme has been completed, so that the inspector can take it away and inform their decision. Quick touch on costs, just to remind you the guidance in the planning practice guidance have had no indication that there's likely to be any cost applications in this inquiry, but obviously if one is to be made, it should be done in writing as early as possible. I'm noting the shaking of heads and I'm reassured by it. Thank you very much. Post-inquiry, only exceptionally will any material be accepted. Before I touch on the main issues, and this is an opportunity for people at the back as well, any questions on how we're intending to proceed over the next 5 days we got to? No, good, excellent. Well, main issues were set out in the case management conference note, and there may be other matters on which I wish to hear evidence, but the main issues set out there were the effect on landscape character and appearance of the area and the relevant planning policy and the planning balance particularly. But on reading the evidence, there are clearly other issues coming up and we've referenced them. The heritage asset issue, and I note the disagreement between the council, the appellants, as well as the position in the case of Clag, and in particular some further concerns from Clag around amenity issues, loss of agricultural land, ecology, and I noticed in the evidence quite a lot around the energy calculations as well. The direction, I guess, is in relation to the weight that can be given to the benefit. Now, I've noted that those, for the most part, have been addressed either in proof or in rebuttal. But so at its heart, main issues, understandably, were around the landscape harm, but other issues that go to the weight that can be considered in the planning balance extend, I think, to those of Clag around the energy calculations that I'd be seeking some position from the appellants on, ecology and heritage, which is round table, agricultural land, which I think Mr. Foote is bringing forward in particular. Any other matters that I've kind of missed? That was quite a summary there, but any other matters I may have missed? No, thank you very much. Now, I have helpfully got hard copies of some stuff. I'm a bit old fashioned. I like to scribble all over things. So it's nice to have some hard copies. I also find them a little bit quicker to get hold of sometimes. Are there any other late documents that I should have? I think there's an addendum or an errata or two floating around.
Yes, but before that, we have a mea culpa.
Oh, right.
In that you asked for hard copies of, in particular, Mr. Ferber's appendices, so that you would have his photographs and so on and so forth.
Well,
hard copy.
What I tend to do is ask for hard copies of the proofs
Yes,
early enough that I use them for prep. But in this case,
got hard copies of his proof and appendices.
I'm just wondering if that's duplicating what's in. I've got these. I had these two big folders that came in from the appellants, which I did include Mr. Ferber's evidence, I think.
Forgive me, I'm just wondering what you've got.
Well,
Is it the whole of CD9?
Excellent question.
If it is the whole of CD9, then that's all the proofs and rebuttals.
I've got CD, hang on, me going away from the microphone, sorry. I do have CD 9.13, which is, I think, Mr. Ferber proof, and it includes can't find the appendix reference. Yes, I can. Appendix B.
Yes, that's that.
And I'm presuming it's got Appendix A as well, but
yes. Mr. Ferber will now ask me to ask you, are
I'll
those
take
in
you-
A1? Because he's very particular that. Looks like it. Hurrah. Yes, so
Okay.
if you decide that you want to, at any point during the inquiry, that you'd rather have a bound copy of those ones.
Let's have them on the table, because I think what will happen is we'll get lots of references to, I don't know, viewpoint C, random choice, viewpoint C, viewpoint D,
Yeah.
and it just might be easier and quicker to get hold of them in that way.
We've got one other copy. I don't know whether, is there shall I put them on the back for the public? Have we got a box for the public? But presumably you've got one.
Yes, not as helpfully bound as that, I
Oh.
confess. I would much prefer that copy
Well,
than mine, which are contained within plastic wallets like the inspectors and make life very difficult, but
well, in that case, we'll give them to Miss Osmond Smith.
oh, very generous, Mr. Richards. Thank you.
And you talked about an errata, sir. Yes, we have got that too.
Thank you. Just to be clear, I will just keep that with the proof. I'm looking that we're not talking wholesale changes, are we? We're talking
No,
a reference and helpfully a crossed out not, which
yes,
can often be a bit of a challenge, but I'll make sure that they're just included with the proof rather than be full
and
documents if you're content.
so no need for that to be on the inquiry documents list, nor indeed the bound copies of the stuff I've just given
No.
you, because that's already material you
It's
have
already
got.
it's already in.
So there were two documents that were referenced in Mr. Evans's rebuttal proof, the BRE Agricultural Good Practice Guidance for Solar Farms and also ash dieback guidance, but copies of those documents were not provided. So I have those here.
Okay.
I think Mr. Ferber's raised that issue as well. So that Mr. Ferber, you have them?
Yeah,
You've
we've
got-
both,
right.
we've both got them electronically. I was going to raise it. If you've got them, that's brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely. So if I can hand those up. There are also two appeal decisions that were added a little later than the earlier ones that relate to battery storage schemes only. One was Wolverhampton, one was Monk Friston. I think they were sent into the inspectorate last week. They've been added to the core documents library, and I believe that they're online.
Oh, if
Part
they're
of that.
if they're in the core docs and
617 and 618.
they won't, if they've come into the core documents and they're
And I know that most people are working electronically, so if anyone wants hard copies, I have them. But there is access to them through the core documents library.
okay, thank you. Thank you.
So these will be inquiry documents though, I think, won't they?
Yeah, the appeal decisions are in there, but I think the ash dieback and BRE. I think if we're going to refer to them in, let's have them as inquiry documents, because then we can just flag them as inquiry ID 2 and ID 3. The BRE can be 2. And ash dieback 3. Very good. Have we captured all other late documents? Very good. No questions now then from anyone on procedural matters before I hand over to Ms. Osmond-Smith for an opening. Very good. Floor is yours.
Thank you. The important background to this appeal comprises the ever more pressing climate and energy security crisis and the consequent imperative placed by government on decision makers to grant permissions without delay for solar farms on acceptable sites. The UK is bound under the Climate Change Act to reach net zero by 2050, a colossal challenge. The 2022 British Energy Security Strategy notes rising energy costs and highlights the need for a secure, affordable, long-term flow of energy. Rapid deployment of renewables has a critical role. The UK will need to be entirely powered by clean energy by 2035. Accordingly, at paragraph 158B, the National Planning Policy Framework, the NPPF, requires decision makers to approve applications for renewable development if its impacts are or can be made acceptable. The key question then is whether the scheme is acceptable. At the outset, we note that its impacts have been much reduced by iterative consultation with West Northamptonshire Council and the community, with panels no longer proposed north of Halse Road and pulled back from the highway in other areas by 100 to 250 metres. Confirmation that the final site boundary denoted by the red line comprises title numbers that are all owned by the Martin estates and do not encroach on any land which is registered to either the Ward family or the Foote family is found in the letter from the appellant solicitors at Appendix 2 to Mr. Burrell's rebuttal proof. The appellant's overall case, having regard to the single reason for refusal, is that the scheme proposed at this appeal is not only acceptable, but remarkably limited in its harms. The only reason for refusal represents a generic objection to the landscape and visual impacts of a large solar farm on a greenfield site. However, a series of inspectors have confirmed that some harm in relation to sizable greenfield solar farms is inevitable and should not be a ground for refusal in principle, given the national support for such schemes. As recommended in national policy and guidance, the appeal scheme incorporates extensive mitigation through new tree and hedgerow planting and enhancement of field margins with species-rich grassland. Some existing hedgerows would also be maintained at high levels for screening in accordance with the local landscape type LCT guidelines. It is agreed with the council that trees and hedgerows have been incorporated in the scheme to reflect the local landscape character. An extensive green infrastructure framework is proposed with the latest details set out in the proposed site layout and landscape strategy plan Rev O. In assessing landscape impacts, it's important to keep in mind the unique nature of solar as compared with traditional industrial development or even housing. The landscape and visual impacts must be set in the context of a time-limited nature of proposal. Furthermore, the panels would be low-lying, permeable to a degree, and would sit lightly on top of rather than within the landscape. It is common ground with the council that the appeal site is not a valued landscape for the purposes of paragraph 174 of the framework. The site is not within any national or district level landscape value designation and never has been. It is an everyday landscape typical of the landscape character areas in which it is located. Mr. Evans considers the site to represent a pleasant landscape that is typical in the locality, judged to be of medium value, susceptibility and sensitivity. The appeal scheme would result in a number of beneficial effects with regard to the individual landscape elements that currently define the character of the site, including trees, hedgerow and land cover through improvement to the soil resource. The proposals incorporate a sustainable urban drainage system with a series of small balancing basins, a scrape and swales, and the effect on topography, public rights of way as a physical resource, and watercourses and water bodies would all be negligible. In overall landscape character terms, Mr. Evans finds that there would be a moderate adverse effect on the peel site itself at year 1, which would reduce to a minor adverse effect at year 15 following the establishment of the proposed mitigation. That results from combining the medium sensitivity with a medium magnitude of change, given the retention and enhancement of green infrastructure combined with the limited built form. The impacts on the national character areas and local landscape character types beyond the site would both be negligible, as all key characteristics would prevail with the scheme in place. The proposal would introduce new built form, but this would have little effect upon the wider landform and pattern of the landscape. Following decommissioning, the site would be returned to its current condition. However, the landscape enhancements, the new planting would remain, resulting in a long-term beneficial legacy. Turning then to visual impact, while this is an extensive scheme across several fields, the low profile of the panels, gently undulating local topography, and the layering effect of the extensive hedgerow and tree cover mean that the actual visual envelope and the degree to which the scheme would be seen from the surrounding area would be limited. The most notable viewing opportunities are, unsurprisingly, from within and at close proximity to the site. Local unclassified roads tend to be narrow, with roadside vegetation often restricting longer ranging views. Views from the local public right-of-way network beyond the site are frequently filtered by intervening vegetation, including well-established trees. On-site vegetation, in particular the extensive belt of tree and shrub cover along the dismantled railway, aids in breaking up the appearance of the scheme. Indeed, there is no publicly accessible location where views of the entire scheme would be experienced. Mr. Evans finds that the only viewpoints with an effect of major, moderate or above at year 15, i.e. those effects that will endure for the majority of the scheme, are from viewpoints 4, similar location, viewpoint L, viewpoint 10 and A, similar locations again, and viewpoint D. Mr. Ferber is in broad agreement that these are the effects at major, moderate and above. He also finds a major effect at viewpoint 21 for footpath users, although not for road users. Mr. Ferber and Mr. Evans agree that the cumulative visual amenity impacts and the impacts on residential visual amenity would be acceptable in planning terms. On to matters of heritage. There is no heritage reason for refusal, and so it is hoped that this topic can be dealt with fairly quickly at the inquiry. It is common ground with the council that the proposed development is acceptable with regard to any physical impacts on cultural heritage and archaeology in accordance with local plan policy. However, Mr. Stevens still maintains that there would be less than substantial harm to the Greatworth Conservation Area through changes to its setting. He does not allege harm to Greatworth Manor. However, he considers this purported harm only attracts limited weight and acknowledges that it would be outweighed by the public benefits of the scheme. Ms. Stoughton disagrees. Her expert view is that the only heritage harm would be to the non-designated ridge and furrow earthworks, which are of low significance. In her specialist opinion, the proposal would cause no harm to the designated Greatworth assets. The appeal site is minimally visible from the southern edge of the conservation area, and this minimal visibility does not contribute to its significance through setting. The main elements of setting contribute to the significance of the conservation area comprise the elevated position of the settlement on high ground above the valley of Farthingo Stream to the southwest, and the easterly views from the churchyard and the southwesterly views from the footpath immediately outlying the square and south close, which allow the rural landscape setting and historic agricultural economy of the village to be appreciated. Any glimpses of panels or the substation looking south from the conservation area would be in the context of existing infrastructure of pylons and electricity lines and would cause no heritage harm. No specialist heritage evidence has been presented by the council or the Rule 6 party to back up their assertions of harm. Right, forgive me. Is that any better? No specialist heritage evidence has been presented by the council or the Rule 6 party to back up their assertions of harm. While Mr. Stevens' planning proof briefly discusses the conservation area, it does not provide a full assessment of significance and setting in line with the key guidance. In terms of other non-designated heritage assets raised by the Rule 6 party, Ms. Stoughton's rebuttal explains that these relate to elements within the vicinity of the site that would not be harmed by the proposal. As always, it is important to keep in mind that visibility of a development does not equate to harm to heritage significance. Turning then to the benefits and balance. In all, this is a scheme that brings about few harms, comprising limited adverse effects on landscape character and visual amenity, and an impact on the non-designated ridge and furrow earthworks, which are of low heritage significance. While raised in the Rule 6 parties proof, no negative weight can be afforded to the loss of agricultural land in these circumstances. The appeal site consists almost entirely of Grade 3B land, which is not considered best and most versatile, and it is common ground with the council that there would be no permanent loss in quality or quantity of agricultural land, and that planting of grassland around the solar panels for grazing would, if successful, allow for a continual agricultural use during operations. The council agrees that the proposed development would not conflict with local plan policy or the framework in respect of agricultural land. And it is also worth noting the recent decision at Bramley, where the inspector granted permission for a similar sized solar scheme on a site that involved over 53% of best and most versatile, which was mostly Grade 2. On the other hand, the scheme would bring about very significant benefits, most obviously, but not exclusively, in terms of renewable energy generation. The proposed development would provide up to 49.9 megawatts of clean and secure energy generation, equivalent as a conservative estimate to the annual average needs of approximately 12,000 homes. The council and the appellant concur that this attracts substantial positive weight in the determination of the appeal. The government's support for the rapid deployment of solar technology at unprecedented scale, given the climate and energy security crises, is detailed by many appeal decisions and summarised in Mr. Burrell's proof. In recent months, that support has been reinforced by the publication of Powering Up Britain, Net Zero Growth and Energy Security Plans, and the new draft National Policy Statements for Energy, which is EN1, and on renewable energy, EN3. The Energy Security Plan reaffirms the government's commitment to aim for 70 gigawatts of solar by 2035, which is a 5-fold increase on current installed capacity. The new draft EN1 provides that a secure, reliable, affordable, net zero consistent system in 2050 is likely to be composed predominantly of wind and solar. A second key benefit of the development is the proposed co-located battery energy storage system, or the BESS. Battery storage provides flexibility and security for the energy system, storing excess energy when demand is low and deploying when demand is high, thereby reducing the fossil fuels that need to be burned to supply peak power. There is national support for such storage. For example, the British Energy Security Strategy encourages all forms of flexibility in the energy system and supports solar co-located with storage to maximise efficiency, as has now been acknowledged by a number of inspectors. The council and the appellant both consider that the co-located BESS would bring further important benefits in this case that should attract significant positive weight in the determination of the appeal. Linked to the renewable energy benefits of the scheme is the additional benefit of the selection of the site where a viable grid connection can be achieved due to the overhead 132 kV high voltage line, which crosses the appeal site and has connection capacity. A different set of powerful benefits that the appeal scheme would also bring about are environmental enhancements, including a significant biodiversity net gain of over 70.82%, increase in habitat units, and 32.68% in hedgerow units. This BNG will be achieved through landscape planting, habitat enhancements, and long-term management. Further environmental benefits include new proposed tree and hedgerows across the site, creation of a community orchard, beehives, suitable skylark nesting area, bat roost boxes, bird nest boxes, insect hotels, log piles, and hibernacular features. In all, Mr. Burrell considers, having regard to the weight given to similar benefits by inspectors in other solar appeals, that these ecological and landscape enhancements should also be afforded significant positive weight. Mr. Burrell's evidence also sets out several other notable social and environmental benefits: flood and drainage betterment through the introduction of swales on site, improvements to the soil resource by resting the land, the introduction of a new permissive footpath in recreational areas, and provision of informal educational resource and a picnic area. Finally, as the council acknowledges, there would be clear economic benefits in the region of £30 million into the local and wider economy, with 70 to 80 temporary jobs being created, during the 6 to 9 month construction period. Business rates contributions are estimated to be in the region of around 7.6 million over the lifetime of the project, and Mr. Burrell affords these benefits moderate positive weight. Stepping back and considering the total planning balance, Mr. Burrell's view is that the proposal complies with the policies cited by the council in their reason for refusal, and also with the development plan read as a whole. He is clear that while the benefits are stark, there are no material considerations indicating that permission should be refused. Looking at the broader national picture, it's important to recognise that the appeal site is clearly less sensitive than others that have recently been granted permission for large-scale solar on the basis of the urgency of the national need, including permissions on high-grade BMV, on valued landscapes in the green belt, in the setting of an area of outstanding natural beauty, lying partly within a conservation area, and within the setting of multiple listed buildings. The appeal scheme does not propose development on land that is designated for its landscape beauty, nor land that is subject to a protective policy designation such as Greenbelt. In all, this is a site with remarkably few harms set against what must be acknowledged are very powerful benefits. Accordingly, in due course, we will invite you to grant planning permission subject to appropriate conditions.
Ms. Olsen-Smith, thank you very much for that. Typically, because of Rule 6, parties tended to support and bolster evidence from the council, although here we've got obviously some quite different evidence coming forward. I'm still going to ask for, I think, Mr. Richards to pick up the first of the openings, and then Ms. Curtis, I'll pick your opening up afterwards. Mr. Richards.
So my opening will be ID 4.
It will indeed.
I've already written ID 5 on mine.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So the planning application in this appeal sought full planning permission for the construction over a period of 6 to 9 months of a temporary, that's to say 40 years, 49.9 megawatt solar farm, battery energy storage stations, inverters with associated works, equipment and infrastructure, including a 132 kV substation, which will remain in position permanently. The site area is approximately 79 hectares. The development will comprise the solar panels themselves, mounted on a metal framework, tilted at 15 to 25 degrees by an automatic tracking system, mounted on racking with a maximum height above the ground of 3 meters, and laid out in east-west rows with 4 to 10 meters between each row, as the local topography dictates. A solar farm of this scale is said to be able to meet the electricity needs of approximately 12,000 homes and is claimed to result in an approximate saving of 22,500 tonnes of carbon dioxide emissions per annum. The development will impact the users of a number of public rights of way in the vicinity. Footpath 11 and 14 run from Greatworth north-south through the site and joins on the southern boundary Bridleway 23, which runs east-west between Farthinghoe and Halse. A network of other footpaths surround the site. A permissive path is proposed along the line of the disused railway, where it runs through the site, although it is believed informal use already occurs. Plant and equipment, including the battery storage units in steel containers, are proposed to be located adjacent to new internal access tracks, 2.5 kilometers long and 4 meters wide, surfaced with crushed aggregate. A 2-meter high deer fence will be installed around the edge of the site, with access points for smaller mammals. A CCTV system on 3-meter high poles will be installed around the perimeter of the site. The 132 kV substation, located to the north of Halse Road and south of Park Spinney, will receive electricity from the site and feed it into the grid via 2 points of connection masts to a new pylon. The substation compound is, so far as we can tell, likely to have a footprint of approximately 90 meters by 35 meters, with 2 point of connection poles about 18 meters high. The site itself is not located within a conservation area. However, the Greatworth conservation area lies in the village to the north. There are no listed buildings or scheduled ancient monuments within the site itself. However, there are listed buildings in Greatworth. The site straddles a dismantled length of the former London and North Western Railway between Brackley and Banbury, which now forms a densely vegetated linear spine through the site. This is identified as a green infrastructure corridor within the local plan. There are other large-scale infrastructure schemes in the area. The proposed line of the HS2 railway runs approximately 1.5 kilometers north of the appeal site and is now under construction. Beyond HS2 are 2 further consented solar farms, but which have yet to be built. An existing solar farm lies to the southeast of the village of Halse. The Council's Planning Committee resolved on the 17th of October last year to refuse planning permission in accordance with the officer recommendation on the grounds of the development's location and size and the magnitude of change resulting in significant adverse effects on landscape character and visual amenity. The formal decision notice was issued on the 26th of October. The appellant has subsequently amended its proposals, the details of which are set out in the Statement of Common Ground. The revised plans show an increase in the height of the hedgerow on Halse Road, an additional hedgerow proposed along the western side of the footpath in the northwest corner of the site between fields F1 and F2, the removal of the solar panels and infrastructure from field F4, and the relocation of the construction compound to the north corner of field F10. The first main issue in this appeal is the effect on the landscape character and appearance of the area. The councils and appellants experts have agreed a landscape statement of common ground. Glivia 3 states that landscape is important because it provides, quote, a shared resource which is important in its own right as a public good, and it provides the setting for day-to-day lives, for living, working, and recreation. It allows opportunities for aesthetic enjoyment and provides a sense of place, and has continuity with the past through its relative permanence. Glivia 3 also states that the fact that an area of landscape that is not designated either nationally or locally does not mean that it does not have any value. So far as landscape character is concerned, it's agreed that the site is not part of any designated landscape, and it's not a value landscape for the purposes of the National Planning Policy Framework, paragraph 174A. It's agreed that effects assessed as major or above are significant for the purposes of decision-taking in the appeal. In addition, Mr. Ferber has identified some moderate effects, which he also regards as being significant, and he explains why in each case. It might have come as something of a surprise to learn that the appellant's landscape witness, Mr. Evans, has concluded in his written evidence that there would be no significant adverse landscape character impacts at all. None, not even at the site level. So far as visual impacts is concerned, the landscape statement of common ground sets out in Appendix 2 the experts' respective opinions. Here there is a little more common ground. In some instances, the nature and significance of the impact is agreed. In others, while the experts agree a moderate adverse impact, only Mr. Ferber regards it as being significant. So you will already have visited some and will in due course visit the remaining viewpoints referenced by the parties. Some of the battery storage and inverter infrastructure produces noise. There is an argument as to whether this will materially impact on the tranquility of the local area as experienced by users of the public's rights of way that pass through the appeal site. The second main issue is what planning policy and other material considerations indicate ought to be the outcome of the appeal. There's an agreed planning statement of common ground which sets out the competing positions. The agreed benefits of the development are set out in the statement of common ground, and they include contributing towards meeting national renewable energy targets and reducing carbon emissions, together with the provision of a battery energy storage system, direct and indirect jobs during the construction phase, and a smaller number of jobs when the solar farm is operational, the payment of annual business rates. Biodiversity net gain of 71% in habitat units and 33% in hedgerow units. The establishment of a new permissive path and community facilities, and some flood risk betterment. However, in the council's view, these benefits are comprehensively outweighed by the adverse landscape, visual amenity, and other harmful impacts, such that the appeal ought, on balance, to be dismissed.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Ms. Curtis. Thank you very much.
The Copse Lodge Action Group is a group of local people who live in and around the villages of Greatworth, Halse and Farthinghoe. Many of CLAG's members have lived in the area for decades. They are the receptors who regularly walk and ride on the public rights of way network in and around the appeal site. CLAG's members see the area as being a good example of calm, peaceful and unspoilt English countryside. It is important to note that CLAG's members are not opposed to solar development in principle. Indeed, some of its members wrote in support of the consented proposals for the construction and operation of a solar farm on a site measuring approximately 60 hectares elsewhere in the Greatworth and Halse parish. CLAG's members do, however, have deeply held and legitimate objections to the appellant's proposed further industrialisation of Greatworth. The community's concerns are particularly keenly felt due to the devastating effect that the HS2 construction works have already had on the character of the countryside north of Greatworth. CLAG therefore fully supports and endorses the Council's defence of this appeal, adding value to that defence where possible by drawing on the extensive local knowledge of its members. As CLAG made clear in its statement of case, it agrees with and endorses the Council's conclusion that the proposed development would not be sensitively or appropriately located, that it would harm the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside, and that it would have a significant adverse effect on the landscape and visual character of the area. CLAG therefore agrees with the Council that the proposals conflict with both local and national planning policies concerning the natural environment. Drawing on their own knowledge, CLAG's 4 witnesses will also make the following additional points. First, that the appellant has not assessed the contribution that certain valued features make to the local landscape. These features include the Brackley to Banbury disused railway and the ancient ridge and furrow known locally as Dawson's that sits on areas F11 and F12 and marked on the proposed site layout and landscape strategy. Furthermore, CLAG's witnesses will comment on the appellant's understanding of the tranquility of the landscape, which is at odds with the experience of local residents and visitors to the area. The visual impact of the proposals on users of the public rights of way network in and around the appeal site will be significant. The appeal site sits at the bottom of a gently sloping valley, and the proposed solar panels will therefore be highly visually prominent from many points on the public rights of way network. Third, the appellant has underestimated the cumulative impact that the proposals will have on the character of Greatworth and Halse in connection with both HS2 and other consented solar development in the area. Fourth, the appellant has failed adequately to describe both what the proposed substation to the north of Halse Road will look like, or the effects that the substation will have in landscape and visual terms. The proposed screening for the substation to the north is, moreover, inadequate in that it relies on vegetation that is both subject to ash dieback and is outside the appellant's control. Finally, the appellant has not demonstrated that the proposed screening for the development on its western boundary, details of which have been varied numerous times, most recently on revision O to the proposed site layout and landscape strategy, are deliverable. Stretches of vegetation which the appellant claims it will maintain are not, in fact, within its control. While the council refused the proposals on landscape grounds alone, members of the local community go further and maintain that the proposed development will have the following additional adverse impacts, to which CLAG will in due course invite the inspector to give weight to when determining this appeal. First, harm to both designated and non-designated heritage assets, including the setting of the Greatworth Conservation Area with the policies listed there in my opening statement, a risk of unmitigated harm to biodiversity, and the risk of harm to the viability of the current agricultural use of the site, contrary to policy EMP 6A of the South Northamptonshire Local Plan. Moreover, CLAG maintains that the purported benefits of the scheme are either unclear, unverified, or indeed false, and that they should therefore be given limited weight in the determination of this appeal. Firstly, the appellants claim that the proposed development will generate 49.9 megawatts of renewable energy has not been independently verified or explained and should therefore be treated with caution. Second, there is insufficient information before the inspector to enable him to reach any reasonable conclusion on the accuracy of the business rates and biodiversity net gain figures claimed by the appellant. Third, the picnic area proposed by the appellant will be unattractive to use due to its proximity to 3-meter-high industrial solar panels. Those who do use the site, if they travel by car, will present a danger to those driving along Halse Road. And finally, the proposed permissive path along the disused Brackley to Buckinghamshire railway line will be dangerous to use and will be unattractive due to its proximity to the solar farm, risks causing unmitigated ecological harm to wildlife present in the area, and is unnecessary given the already extensive network of public rights-of-way in and around the appeal site. For the reasons set out, CLAG agrees with the council that the proposed development is inappropriate and harmful, and that it does not accord with the policies of the development plan taken as a whole. The starting point is therefore that permission should be refused. The benefits relied upon by the appellant in support of the scheme are dubious and are insufficient to displace the presumption in favour of the development plan. The inspector has here an opportunity to preserve the character and beauty of what is currently a peaceful, tranquil part of the countryside, which is deeply valued by the residents who live in and around it, and which is already at risk of harm from both the construction of HS2 and other industrial solar development. In due course, CLAG will therefore respectfully invite the inspector to take that opportunity and to dismiss this appeal.
Ms. Curtis, thank you very much. Indeed. Well, I guessed 11:30. We're at 11:30. I'm going to suggest that we take a short break, and then I will ask the members of the public who've indicated they wish to speak to come forward. And I think Mr. Bingham, as your name begins with B, ended up as being the first to come forward for me. So it gives you a chance to prepare, but very helpfully, I've got a statement from Mr. Bingham. I think we'll go for 15 minutes. It's our first break this morning. People need to find their way to coffee and toilets. Oh, we got coffees in the corner. Gosh, coffee and toilets. So back, please, for 1:45. This is very confusing, actually. I'm about 4 minutes out on that one and a little less on that one. Back at 11:15. And we'll try and get in, sorry, 11:45 by mine, which is now 29 minutes past. We'll try and update somewhere. You will be a minute early for me. Yes. Thank you very much. I'll see you at 11:45 and we'll try and sort those out. Ladies and gents, welcome back. Right, I threatened to come to the interested parties after the break. I think there might be others keen to speak, but let me just look at who I had. Mr. Bingham, Mr. Morris, Ms. Dobson, Ms. Kibble, Ms. Daniels, Murphy, as Graffiti Smith. No, I missed one name. It was Michael, sir. Michael Foster. Thank you very much. And I did have someone else who was wishing to speak. Can I take your name? Thank you very much. Okay, very good. A number of people I've had letters from, but not all of you. Now, someone also indicated they perhaps needed to go a little earlier than others, so I'll need to make sure. Was that Ms. Murphy? Was that you? I need to make sure I bring you in when we can. Right, I did suggest that we were going to use the witness table for this simply because we need the microphones to be working for streaming, not to put you on the spot or anything. Please feel free to make the statements as you wish. I think, yes, everyone here is opposed, so I might come to Ms. Osmond-Smith if there's any factual issues that she wants to pick up on, or if there's anything very clearly that needs to be questioned, but we'll be gentle as we can be and give you every opportunity to put your points over. I said, Mr. Bingham, I would start with you. So do you want to come forward and take your place at the witness table? Now, I do have a printout, and I think the appellants have got those forwarded from the case officer.
Yesterday, I think.
Thank you. Mr. Bingham, the floor is yours.
Good morning. I'm Simon Bingham, Chairman of the Greatworth and Halse Parish Council. Our parish comprises of around 375 properties with an electoral representation of around 700 people. The proposal for this very large solar farm in the southeastern quadrant of our parish came as a huge shock to the majority of our parishioners and immediately raised a significant amount of concern. The majority of people living in the two villages have chosen to do so as they wish to live in a rural environment in a smaller village site in open countryside. Whilst unfortunately, we all have to accept that things will change, most believe that in rural areas, this means maybe the addition of a few houses within the village or alterations to farms and farm buildings. It would be reasonable to assume that few of us wish to accept our small village becoming an urban environment. Greatworth has a high proportion of conservation area proportionate to the size of the village. At the time of the conservation area appraisal carried out for Greatworth by the then South Northants Council, now West Northants Council, in 2012, it was specifically noted that the views to open countryside formed an important part of this conservation area. In our opinion, specific to this case, in the appraisal, it was noted. On page 2, the glimpsed views of open countryside from within the conservation area contribute to the character of the village and stand as strong reminders of the setting and rural heritage of Greatworth. Page 4, planning permission will not be granted for any development proposals outside of the conservation area which have an adverse effect on the setting of the conservation area or any views into or out of that area. The historic core of Greatworth has a compact street pattern with footpaths predominantly located on only one side of the road. The countryside around the village has a very strong footpath network, particularly to the south and east. Page 13. The public rights of way that lead away from the village have extensive views of the undulating countryside that surrounds Greatworth. These views emphasise the rural setting of the village and make a positive contribution to the character. Page 21, action proposed by the council. The impact of development on the character and appearance of the conservation area should be considered. This applies equally to development outside the conservation area if it is likely to affect the setting of the conservation area. I raise the point here that the proposal that is the subject of this appeal would breach those comments, which I'm sure will be borne out by West Northants Council and is certainly not acceptable to our parish. The proposed site is to be around twice the size of our two villages combined, which is more than significant to our objections. When the initial proposal was placed into the planning system, our community made representations against it in the form of around 1,000 signatures on a petition and over 200 letters of objection, which, given the size of the village, was very significant. This should provide support to this appeal being turned down. The villages have been forced to see the passing of plans to build the high-speed rail network, and in particular, the building of a significant part of the local park right through the middle of our parish, taking approximately 1/6 of the total acreage of the parish area. The devastation to the countryside for the project is getting worse each week and is now impacting our village on a daily basis with construction noise and dust pollution. We're only 2 years into the construction process, with many years to come. We've now lost around 10 public rights of way, closed either side of the swathe of land taken away. We face road closures every few weeks, and in fact, one road serving the village to the northeast closing for years. This will concentrate more journeys from the village to the local town of Brackley, passing the area of the solar farm proposed site. We have recently had a planning approval for a 145-acre solar farm to be located to the northeast of the village, which is due to be built in the near future. Fortunately, the location of this development is more appropriately on almost flat land, which is only marginally visible by one property who were happy with the proposed mitigation. We believe that this project counts as our contribution to the so-called energy crisis, and certainly lets us rest at night that we are doing our bit, not trying to be NIMBY. Add to this the HS2, and I think it's fair to say that we're giving up a considerable part of our national gains, giving up a considerable part of our national gains. Turning more specifically to the subject of this appeal, we do not consider it either reasonable or acceptable that the remaining important part of our parish's open countryside should be subjected to the construction of fields of glass panels and a huge, ugly and potentially damaging substation, which will further destroy what we feel we have remaining as both an important part of the value of our properties and taking away a considerable amount of productive farmland able to provide food and jobs. This proposed project would have an extremely detrimental effect on the amenity value of the rights of way, both around it and crossing it, which become more important with the HS2 which HS2 has already changed. As a community, we would face having to look at this site every day for 40 years. It is not possible to provide any level of mitigation to hide it due to the topography of the land in question. I think it would be fair to say that if our parishioners wanted to see an industrial view every day, they could opt to move to an urban environment rather than one being built in a rural location. We feel that for many years of the families that have been in the village for generations, 40 years is not considered to be a temporary situation. There are many more matters that need to be raised, and I believe that WNC will be doing this alongside CLAG, both of whose opinions and arguments are fully supported by the majority of the parish via the parish council. I can only conclude by asking you to uphold the refusal of this application made by the planning committee and turn down this appeal. Thank you very much.
Mr. Bingham, thank you very much. I said earlier in something that might have been not necessarily picked up by those of you that there is a process of opportunity for questioning of other witnesses during the inquiry, if that's something you wish to do. Is that something you will be intending to do, or are you just here today to make your...
No, just to make
your
Yeah.
statement? All right, thank
Yeah.
you. Ms. Osmond-Smith, do you have any matters of fact that you want to pick up at all?
So no, thank you. If I just outline what my approach is, and this will apply to all members of the public who come to speak. I don't cross-examine on personal opinions because people are entitled to them, and it's not my job to try and change their minds.
No.
And likewise, when it's not or rather when it is a matter that's going to be dealt with by experts, I don't like to repeat myself, so I won't be cross-examining on that either. So I have no questions for you, Mr. Bingham. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bingham. Okay. Ms Murphy, I think we'll ask you to come forward because I know that there is time pressures on you, and then I'll go back to my the order that I had previously, but please step forward. It looks like you're reading from a statement. It's amended. That's fine. I'll take notes then. Thank you.
My name is Jane Murphy. I'm a resident of Greatworth parish. Other people will deal with other points that I fully endorse, but I wish to raise a health and safety issue with regard to this project in relation to the impact of the construction traffic and ongoing maintenance traffic on vulnerable road users who will be, as defined by the Highway Code, who will be using the roads from the B4525 to the construction site, specifically in view of the predicted number of journeys in excess of 1,500, which are predicted to can take place during the construction period. There is only one bridleway leading out of Greatworth, which is currently restricted by HST works. The next nearest bridleway runs from Halse to Farthinghoe, the number 23, I believe it is, which runs along by the proposed solar farm. To access this bridleway, it is necessary to ride along the roads mentioned above. In the past, Marston Estate issued licenses for an annual fee to permit horse riding on some of the estate tracks, which gave a welcome change to off-road to road riding. These permits were withdrawn around 2020, removing the possibility of off-road riding. This leaves horses being principally excised either on a circuit around Marston St Lawrence or a circuit incorporating the Halse to Farthinghoe bridleway. These roads are also frequent cycle routes and regular walking routes, including local residents using mobility devices, including a mobility buggy. If this application is allowed to proceed, we are now faced with additional heavy goods vehicle traffic and with its associated risks. The roads in question are minor country lanes with poor road edges and a lot of potholes, quite unsuitable for high levels of HGV journeys. And the space to allow safe passing of other users is limited. The Highway Code was updated in January 2022 with the following. Position in the road when cycling. Ride in the centre of the lane on quiet roads, in slow-moving traffic, at the approach to junctions or road narrows and rings. Keep at least half a metre, just over 1.5 feet, away from the curb edge and further where it is safer when riding on busy roads with vehicles moving faster than you. Updated guidance on the safe passing distances and speeds for people driving or riding a motorcycle and overtaking vulnerable road users, including leaving at least 1.5 metres, 5 feet, when overtaking people cycling at speeds of up to 30 miles an hour and giving them more space when overtaking at higher speeds. Passing people riding horses or driving horse-drawn vehicles at speeds under 10 miles an hour and allowing at least 2 metres, 6.5 feet of space. Allowing at least 2 metres, 6.5 feet of space and keeping to a low speed when passing people walking in a road, for example, where there is no pavement. Wait behind them and do not overtake if unsafe or not possible to meet these clearances. This set of requirements is unlikely to be met, especially when drivers are under delivery timing pressure. In addition, if they are met by not overtaking, the potential for an accident while HGV crawls behind a horse for an extended distance waiting for a suitable parking place is increased. The health and safety considerations of this project should be included when considering the other environmental negatives with this proposed project, and therefore I would ask that the appeal is rejected.
Ms Murphy, thank you very much for that. I think, Mr. Morris, I had a printout from you. So do you want to come forward? I think this one's made its way around as well, Mr. Morris. It's all yours, Mr. Morris.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mick Morris and I'm the chairman of Farthinghoe Parish Council. My message this morning follows on from my email, which included attachments sent to Holly Dutton at the Planning Inspectorate on March the 19th, 2023. Farthinghoe is a small village with 170 dwellings and a population of 420 inhabitants, located on the main A422 highway, but with a common parish border with Greatworth and Halse. More than 50% of our village by area has been designated as a conservation area since 1976. Farthinghoe is renowned locally for having a very severe traffic pinch point in the centre of the village on the A422, a road designated in 2018 by the DFT as part of the major road network. Since the opening of the M40 in 1989, the A422 has seen a very big growth in regular traffic and an exponential growth in the percentage of HGVs included within those figures. The traffic increase can be attributed to the growth and development of Banbury, Brackley, both in domestic and industrial terms, along with the A422 also being designated by the County Council in 2013 as part of the strategic freight corridor linking the M1 at Milton Keynes with the M40 at Banbury. In the last 35 years, we have seen a total elimination of our peace and tranquility, which we could reasonably expect to experience in a small traditional rural village. It is now replaced by a considerable air pollution brought about by the noise and fumes of so many HGVs. We have tried innumerable times to get this traffic situation rectified, but in vain, because no interest in local government or central government seems forthcoming. To the contrary, we are continually being bombarded with planning applications for logistics warehousing, both to the east and to the west, with the outcome of making our already untenable position even worse. We understand the fear that Greatworth and Halse face through this practical experience. However, our one great solace is the ability to get away quickly from the industrialization of our village by dangerous and noisy traffic, and to walk with or without our dogs in the beautiful countryside which surrounds us, enjoying all that awaits us there. Could this be taken away from us as well? We thought not until we heard about the potential industrialization of the wonderful rural countryside, which would become designated as Copse Lodge Solar Farm. This news being a deja vu for Farthinghoe, a fear returning. In 2014, Farthinghoe experienced the possibility of the construction of a 10 megawatt solar installation to be named Farthinghoe Farm, which straddled the Farthinghoe-Halse bridleway on 60 acres of land in an area just south of the proposed Copse Lodge solar installation, but on the Farthinghoe side of the parish border. Although much smaller than the Copse Lodge solar farm, Farthinghoe Farm was also rejected by South Northants Council for not too dissimilar reasons. Farthinghoe Parish Council made it quite clear in 2014 that our residents were not anti-solar, but that this site was in totally the wrong place. And they estimated that 80% of the population felt this way. Our experiences mean that we totally understand the fears of the people of Greatworth and Halse. Their parish has seen a wholesale destruction of its rurality by HS2, both visually and in going about their everyday life. The parish already supports sustainable energy sources in having a working solar farm, a second one to follow soon, having already been received planning approval, along with a working anaerobic digester. Now they face the wholesale destruction of any semblance of rurality left by having another solar farm imposed upon them. I'm also very confused by the misuse of the adjective temporary when describing a period of 40 years. I have lived through almost 80 years now and feel well placed to say that I do not see my life as two temporary periods of 40 years. Enough is enough. We are rural people. Please leave us with a small part of what we know, we love, and we enjoy. It provides our leisure, supports our mental health, and we do not need a gym for exercise. Thank you all for listening. Goodbye, Mick Morris.
Mr. Morris, thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, third on the list of people who had indicated they wanted to speak was Ms. Dobson. Ms. Dobson. Yeah, please come forward. Can you appear to have a statement? Is that,
I have a statement. You've
has it been
sent
sent
to-
through?
yes, on Friday.
Okay.
I can share another one today if
No,
required.
if it exists, that's fine. And if you're just going to read from it, that's fine. I don't know if it's come through to me yet, but you sent it through to
Pins on Friday to
Pins
Holly.
on Friday. Okay. It just can take a while to get through to me. Okay, so I'll track down. Could I ask that you perhaps give a copy to the council
will.
so they can photocopy one for me to make life
Of course.
just a little easier? Ms. Dobson, the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Lindsay Dobson. I want to make a statement regarding the energy generation and carbon savings attributed to the proposed scheme. I must say this statement is made in a personal capacity. Due to technical detail contained in it, a pre-read was submitted last week to the Inspectorate. Throughout the full span of this planning application, I have been concerned about the scheme's benefits. Whilst I am a chartered engineer, I do not claim to be an expert in energy generation. However, my work often requires me to analyse technical details in diverse situations and form conclusions and recommendations. Of course, the primary purpose of a solar farm is to generate electrical energy. It is therefore important that this is given adequate scrutiny within this inquiry. The information provided by the appellant throughout has been sparse and contains very little technical detail. To substantiate my statement, I refer to three key documents from the West North Hants portal: the planning statement of March 22, the latest version of the site plan, and the appellant's proof of planning, Appendix 2 on energy, this May. I want to start with the site generation capacity, as this is the basis of all benefits. The installed capacity of Copse Lodge is not explained in any documentation or calculations. In fact, the planning documentation deals with this very important aspect through footnotes that give very little information. The site capacity has always been stated using the size of the output inverter, 49.9 megawatts. This is a common form. The site generation capacity shared in this inquiry is therefore the same as when the proposal was 320 acres. It is now 186 acres, so 40% reduced in size. It is impossible to generate the same from a smaller area. The output inverter should only be used as a basis if the site has sufficient generation capacity. I have doubt that Copse Lodge Solar has this capacity and can deliver 49.9 megawatts for any significant duration. I will explain this in a little more detail. Solar farm engineers normally calculate the peak instantaneous power, called megawatt peak. This is the site's maximum generation capacity and the basis for all benefits. The appellant has never shared this in any planning documentation. A commonly used estimate for megawatt peak is 0.2 megawatts per acre. Using this gives Copse Lodge at 186 acres an estimate of about 37 megawatts peak. Whilst no technical information or calculations have been provided, I have tried to substantiate this estimate better using the site plan. The site has 13 fields with an estimated total of just over 88,000 solar panels. Taking typical wattage for a standard panel, this gives a generation capacity of just under 40 megawatt peak. I have then used this higher estimate as a basis for my subsequent calculations. Additionally, engineers calculate a site installation factor. This is a ratio of both megawatt peak and the output inverter size. Copse Lodge has an installation factor of 0.8. This is a low installation factor. The implication of this number being low and critically below 1 is that the site can never instantaneously generate 49.9 megawatts and can only output 49.9 megawatts for limited periods using stored energy from batteries. To be effective, a solar farm should have an installation factor of 1.4 to 1.6. This enables the site not only to generate effectively on the sunniest days, but also to be effective throughout the year. JBM has previously stated to us that 1.4 to 1.6 is their recommendation for a solar farm. I should say, in contrast, the original 21 Copse Lodge application with 320 acres had a megawatt peak of 64, giving a 1.3 installation factor. This made the site at that time much more effective for solar generation. From megawatt peak, annual generation capacity can be calculated. The appellant's latest evidence of the 12th of May, Appendix 2, uses the capacity factor from the UK Duke's table, published July 22. This states a load factor of 10.6. I agree that the current capacity factor to be used is 10.6. However, I want to also draw the inspector's attention to the point that this factor has declined over the last 3 years. The appellant then goes further to state the latest solar panel performance can achieve a factor of 14.4 and has used this to calculate an increased annual generation figure. I can find no reference to an anticipated increase in panel performance or grid efficiency to substantiate this 33% increase. I therefore dispute their enhanced calculation. All this is, however, academic, as the capacity factor should only be used if the site has a high enough installation factor. As I've said, Copse Lodge doesn't, therefore it's not suitable in this case. Instead, a recognised method of estimating annual generation is using the EU's standard solar performance table. This considers both site location and daily and monthly variation of sunlight. Using this with the coordinates of the site and a capacity of 40 megawatt peak, this table yields an estimate of maximum generation of just over 40,000 megawatt hours per year for Copse Lodge. 40,000 megawatt hours is significantly lower than the 56,500 in the planning statement. Annual generation is then converted to carbon emission savings. The appellant determines carbon dioxide emissions per megawatt hour using the government's 2021 UK greenhouse gas emissions provisional figures. An extract from the paragraph they cite reads, emissions per unit of electricity supplied from fossil fuels are estimated to have been around 527 tonnes of CO2 per gigawatt hour in 2021. For all sources of electricity, including nuclear, renewables and auto generation, the average amount of carbon dioxide emitted in 2021 amounted to 254 tonnes per gigawatt hour of electricity supplied. The appellant selects 527 tonnes per gigawatt hour from solely fossil fuel electricity generation. However, as clearly this paragraph goes on to state, this is not a representation of the current UK energy mix. Instead, the factor of 254 tonnes per gigawatt hour for the UK energy mix should be used to determine savings. I should therefore also draw attention to the 2021 planning statement. Here, the appellant uses a number of 400 tonnes per gigawatt hour that represents the UK energy mix in March 2020. I would assert, to be consistent, the appellant should continue to use the latest value that represents the UK energy mix. Using 254 tonnes per gigawatt hour yields an annual saving of just over 10,000 tonnes of carbon dioxide. This is less than half the more conservative number of 24,000 tonnes stated by the appellant. Whilst evaluating carbon savings, it should also be noted that neither the benefits stated or my calculations account for the carbon cost of manufacturing, installing, running and decommissioning the scheme. A conservative estimate of this carbon impact used is typically 3 years. It is anticipated that the solar panels will need to be replaced at least once in the 40-year lifespan of the farm, increasing this environmental cost to 6 years of benefits. Annual generation is also then compared to equivalent households served. I concur with the value used by the appellant for domestic electricity consumption per household. However, my calculation of annual energy production reduces the benefit to just over 10,300 households. This is approximately 15% fewer households than the lower number shared by the appellant. I do want to highlight that this is not total household energy. The same tables indicate electricity usage is approximately a quarter of total energy needs per home. I want to briefly discuss energy arbitrage. This is a very plausible way to maximise the UK's energy efficiency by storing electricity generated during low demand hours, for example, nighttime, in battery energy storage systems and returning it to the grid during higher demand hours. For Copse Lodge, the site acreage reduction and low installation factor make energy arbitrage an important element of this scheme for the incumbent. There are 3 implications for Copse Lodge of energy arbitrage I want to bring to the inspector's attention. Firstly, there is a risk that the energy stored from the grid during the night reduces the availability for storage of solar generated from this site. Secondly, there is a likelihood that Copse Lodge would be storing energy from fossil fuel generation in an industrial battery unit on a site of ancient ridge and furrow. Thirdly, it must be verified that the energy stored from external sites is not accounted for within the site generation benefits. Finally, I just want to touch on more recent discussions about the connection queue that have been in the press. For example, on the 11th of May, the BBC stated that the UK has one of the longest grid connection queues in Europe, and some schemes are waiting 10 to 15 years for connection. Reviewing the register from the National Grid on the 26th of May, there are 1,200 projects listed. JBN has 3 projects on this list. However, Copse Lodge does not appear to be included. Meanwhile, the UK's energy security plan lays out commitments to other key technologies, including wind, small modular reactors, and hydrogen. This creates a potential scenario that, if granted, the site could lay dormant for several years and then be rendered obsolete. I recognise, sir, I have made a long statement and thank you and everyone for your patience. I just want to say in summary that I am very supportive of the UK's move to net zero and the necessary infrastructure required to support this. However, given the doubt of the capacity of this scheme, coupled with the damage to an unspoilt rural location, I would urge the inspector to please reject this appeal. Thank you.
Ms Dobson, you'll be pleased to hear that I have found your statement. It just came through after I'd started travelling yesterday. So I was able to follow along the figures. There's a lot of detail there. I don't know, Ms Osman-Smith, whether you wanted to pick anything up or whether it's captured in the rebuttals that I have.
I will, and Mr. Burrell in due course will give further information. I just have one or two questions and a couple of clarifications to give at this stage, if I may. And thank you for your statement. Can I take it that you appreciate and understand the need for renewable energy generation in the UK? And you, it seems you're well informed by the documents that you've had a look at. You understand and appreciate that solar, as one of the most cheapest and efficient ways of generating renewable energy, will be a key building block of the energy. Can I push it this way, that you understand and recognize the benefits of solar energy as a technology?
Yes.
You understand that it can be beneficial in generating clean energy and also making carbon savings. What you query is the precise numbers used here. And that's essentially what you'd like further information about.
I question the numbers here, and particularly with the change between the two planning proposals. And given that, the location, and regardless of that, the location, because there are more suitable sites, in my opinion, for solar.
Yes, I think to be fair to Ms Dobson, I've had earlier comments from her in relation to the ridge and furrow and other elements of the scheme, but I think she's very helpfully, she realises that other people are taking those matters forward, and so her focus is not solely generation, but it is in terms of the statement.
And I didn't mean to imply it was that, but for the purposes of this discussion, essentially you recognise the benefits, but there's a query that you've got over numbers,
yes,
particularly given the reduction of the site size. Understood.
Exactly.
And also in respect of the battery storage, can I take it as well that you recognise that as another key part of the energy strategy moving forward?
Absolutely, it's very plausible. It's been something that's done through hydro for many years, and it's certainly something that is a part of the UK energy strategy, no doubt.
Yeah, because if we're moving to a strategy where we are entirely powered by renewable energy, then the other side of that coin to support it is the storage.
Well, the wind blows at night, but yes.
Yes, but
yes,
and the sun shines at the day.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so again, queries, but fundamentally you understand and realise the benefits of that particular form of technology.
Yes, absolutely.
And likewise, you raise the issue of the connection queue. And that's about grid capacity and grid constraints, which make it difficult for projects to tap into the grid.
Yes.
And therefore, if a project has a grid connection, that is both important and beneficial.
It's important and beneficial, but of course you've got to take the balance, the planning balance of the whole and the location. Yes.
Yeah. It's been referred to in some places, a grid connection as a scarce resource because of those grid constraints that are seen throughout the country. Is that something that you're aware of?
Yes, it is a scarce resource, but again, it has to be balanced with location.
Yeah. So those are the issues that I wanted to raise with Mrs. Dobson. Mr. Burrell will come back on the numbers. For your reference, just to correct some figures, the original application was a site for 103 hectares or 254 acres in size, and not the 320 acres as stated here. And the scheme was reduced to 79 hectares or 195 acres, if you prefer to work in that way. So that was a reduction of 23%. And the big difference now is the technology and panels that has moved on, that Mr. Burrell will explore with you in due course, because we're looking now at modelling for 570 watt panels as opposed to just a few years ago when it was in the range of around 450.
Ms Dobson, having taken those few questions, if your wish is to come back and hear Mr Burrell's evidence further on that and indeed put questions, you're welcome to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. Ms Kibble, I had next on my list. Come forward, please. Okay, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. My name's Jane Kibble. I'm a resident of Halse. Sorry, I haven't distributed my statement. I'm still working on it. Okay. I wish to highlight the impact this scheme will have on a large 40-acre field to the south of the site, referred to the plan as F11, F12, probably known to you as Viewpoint 10, but known to us as Dawson's. The tenant map of 1655 shows that this field is virtually unchanged. Its only reduction came about when, its only reduction was when 14 acres was severed in 1850 by the railway. The centuries-old track, which links Radston to Farthinghoe, which is now the Bridleway, was so well used at this time, it was necessary to install a crossing and build a cottage for a signalman. These cottage ruins are on the boundary of the scheme, but all the other features of the lovely railway will be lost within the development. It will completely dominate the setting of this much-loved landscape feature. Of greater value to me, there is the archaeological pattern of ridge and furrow that survives here. No evaluation have been done of this according to the criteria set out in English Heritage Turning of the Plough. So thank you for whoever put that on there, because I'm now able to expand a little bit. Dawson's is easily accessible. The topology views, the railway line, the crossing, the old pear tree, all further enhance its amenity value of the field system. There are furlongs in Dawson over 350 metres in length, stretching from the railway right to the top of the hill. It also has added diversity of the furlongs of different sizes, orientation, variable ridge profiles and dips. This is the only place in the vicinity that you can see the ends of the furlongs, which, you know, there's curves, which obviously I'm not an expert on, but on a winter's day, I can tell you that this field looks every bit as good as the plough photographs that are that are used as textbooks. So, and Dawson's as a whole has great antiquity value. The age of this ridge and furrow is also significant. The geophys data provided by the appellants confirms that it is contemporary with the prehistoric Roman period. Its preservation would have begun when enclosure for sheep farming took place at the end of the 15th century. This can all be evidenced by the Ellesmere records held at Northamptonshire Records Office. In effect, farmers of Halse have been custodians of these ridges since the Battle of Bosworth. Since Dawson's is 900 metres away from the site of the deserted village of Halse and the surviving Hollow Way, its association, it talks about group value in this thing, would be low. However, its location to the newly uncovered, much earlier multi-phase settlement in a rural environment, which again is in the I've forgotten what it's called, the plough thing, it greatly enhances its potential value. Page 53 of those ploughing guidelines. Another factor that's considered when measuring this ridge and furrow is the surviving extent of the percentage of the total open field system at Halse. This would be in a medium range. I've only done a little back of the fag packet, but it's between 11 and 18%, quite conservatively. It is fragmented, but its rarity in the local area should at least merit a professional judgment. Very few historic environment features have protected status. Natural England simply has guidelines for managing them, such as avoiding ploughing and all types of soil disturbance. More pertinent though, it does also advise to move tracks and access points to avoid historic features, and also not creating boundaries across features. This scheme would clearly breach these guidelines. It will degrade and in places destroy this historic feature. And mitigation provided will forever remove visibility of the best surviving area of open field system in Halse. Whether of low or no significance, these features once lost can never be regained. This historic environment is irreplaceable. I would also like to mention Steen, which is a kilometre away from the site. A field there was first excavated in 2013 after it transpired an extremely rare 3rd century copper alloy bust of Marcus Aurelius had been found there 37 years earlier. It was made a scheduled monument, and in 2017, a further study, the Greatworth Landscapes Project, the Greatworth Ancient Landscapes Project was commissioned by Dr. Susan Walker to place their settlement that they'd found within its wider environment. A settlement at Halse had long been suspected, and when Dr. Walker reviewed the 2020 geophys results, she was sure that the wayside settlement uncovered was of later British Iron Age and Roman era and related to Steen, and to which there would have been it would have been physically linked by a trackway. Dr. Walker has expressed her view to the planning authority in her responses that this entire landscape should be preserved. And I just wish to reiterate her view there. So to the east, Halse fields are yet again being severed by a railway. The major earthworks are pretty devastating to witness. And after all that egg smashing, I think you all agree there won't be an omelette at the end. The concrete structures, overhead cables will have none of the charm of the Victorian bridges and the culverts. And this makes this countryside to the west of Halse even more valued. The amenity value of this part of the site should not be underestimated. To me, transient is tearing along at 50 miles an hour. If you try cycling up this hill, I assure you it's not transient. My exchanges with the appellant over this area, I was told that removal of this small portion could not be accommodated. Out of thousands of acres of ploughed arable land, I consider this a bit of a design flaw. I can't count the number of times I pushed my now teenage daughter in her buggy up and down this hill, along the railway, playing the brook, back along the railway. And the fact that her children will never see this view is for me and her a red line. This valley is harmoniously occupied by mankind for millennia, and its natural springs, ancient pasture, abundant hedgerows and trees. The incursion of solar panels and batteries on the lower half of Dawson's would be to sacrifice the most beautiful part of Halse's historic landscape. That's it. Thank you.
Ms. Kibble, thank you very much. Your reference to Dawson's, you said it feels, how would you, because I've got this big map that only has helpfully F11.
Sorry, F11.
Yes.
F12.
Yes.
And viewpoint 10.
Thank you very much. Ms. Osborne, anything?
So no questions. Thank you, Mrs. Skibble. All I will say is I note that Ms. Stoughton has been taking a careful note.
Yes.
And if she can be given the opportunity at the round table to just respond to those comments, I'd be very grateful.
She will.
Thank you.
Yeah. Ms. Skibble, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Daniels, I think. I was going that way, wasn't I?
Yeah.
Please come forward.
So I have got 3 copies of my folder.
That's very helpful. Thank you. Indeed. In case anyone's keeping track, that's taken me to ID 10. And I can always fill in the missing if you wish. Ms. Daniels, the floor is yours.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I am Georgina Daniels. I'm speaking here today as the very concerned joint owner of Greatworth Manor, the closest property to the eyesore that is the proposed substation and new pylon. As with the ownership of such a listed property, there comes the duty and responsibility to protect from such as this. Greatworth Manor is a charming 16th century property with significant heritage and historical provenance through both the family of George Washington, the first president of the United States, with his cousin Lawrence Washington's family having resided here at Greatworth Manor, and a subsequent owner, Sir Christopher Howe, close friend and regular correspondent of Sir Robert Walpole, the first Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Listed buildings recognise the importance of the property and consequently have designated as many as 5 separate Grade 2 listings, including the 2 magnificent gate piers topped with pineapples. These are believed to be the second largest privately owned pineapples in the UK and are considered to be of such historical significance that they have been assigned a separate listing to each of them. This as well as being within a conservation area. There is no doubt that the successive unwelcome JBM scheme of solar panels south of Halse Road will be clearly visible from our property. As the charming main fascia of our house is south facing, our primary vista of the lovely valley is either side of Halse Road and will be unequivocally impaired. However, of much more importance and grave concern to me is the much closer permanent large, intrusive 132 kilovolt substation complex that is actually north of Halse Road, some distance from the solar fields themselves. The primary issue being the lack of importance JBM Solar have attributed to the visual impact of this permanent piece of infrastructure. The appellant's planning statement dated March 22 document itself is staggeringly over 1,100 pages long, yet there is not one single visual representation of what we might expect the substation to look like in situ. I myself am a chartered accountant with some limited personal exposure to some quite big residential promotional proposals around Aylesbury. In becoming involved in getting informed about the JBM Solar promotional proposal, I have been shocked and appalled at the quality of the submission and the lack of integrity in their approach. As mentioned, the proposal is 1,100 pages long with pages and pages on bats, yet noticeably devoid of important information on what should be the 2 of the main decision factors, that of the claimed energy outputs and the controversial permanent substation and new pylon. It should be noted that I am an advocate of solar on residential properties and other responsible sites, just not on prime agricultural land. The UK has been blessed with some of the world's most fertile soils. Given what the world is experiencing, food shortages, surely we should be using it more wisely. Indeed, we are lucky enough to benefit from such a residential responsible solar system on an outbuilding at our property. For our tiny solar system, the solar company produced detailed energy output calculations outlining the efficiency, conversion rates, orientation, and shading. Somewhat surprisingly, no such calculations are included in the JBM planning proposal. In fact, the total energy output for the whole scheme, a claimed 56,500 megawatts hours, is unbelievably hidden in a footnote to the paragraph 4.3 on page 11 of this document. Strangely and worryingly, their claimed output for 56,500 megawatts for 186 acres of solar panels has not been updated in the current promotional agreement and remains the same output as the JBM's previous Halse solar application. When they had, I've put 320 acres, but you questioned that before. How can this be when they have got such a reduced acreage? The 1,100 page proposal is also noticeably devoid of information on the controversial and significant matter of the permanent substation with its overhead connectors. Of utmost importance to us and our community is that of its visual impact. Yet, as mentioned before, there is not one single photograph or visual representation for us to gauge what we might expect this monstrosity to look like in situ. Indeed, email communications by our community direct with JBM requesting clarification as to what the substation may look like resulted in a most unsatisfactory level of professionalism and response. May I refer you to the attachments, the email attachments that in your handouts. To an email dated the 26th of August, 2021 from JBM Senior Project Manager, Conor McAllister, in which he responds to our request for clarification. And he quotes, "Below is an image of Brackley 132 kilovolt substation, which is of similar design scale to our proposed 132 kilovolt substation. The main difference is we have point of contact masts, which help bring wires from our substation into existing overhead tower pylon. Please look at the handout image. It is indeed of a photograph of Buckingham Road Industrial Estate, Brackley, conveniently 5 miles down the road from Greatworth. However, as confirmed with Western Power, its owner, it is in fact a 33 kilovolt substation, not the significantly disproportionately large 132 kilovolt substation proposed. This is 4 times its capacity and there is not a pylon in sight. This is not reasonable and is unacceptable to our community. In light of this unacceptable response, a member of the community did their own credible research of what we might expect. That's also included in the handout. It's the next one, the bottom half of it. Please look at this attachment. This is a mock-up of a 132 kilovolt substation with overhead connectors in situ in our beautiful valley. This is a more accurate representation, as it is actually 132 kilovolts, not 33 kilovolts. I'm sure you agree there is a large disparity between the two. But this sadly isn't the full extent of the visual impact issue, as my husband and I were shocked and indeed upset when we only in the past 2 weeks, the appellant blindsided us with the news of a new 132 kilovolt pylon on our doorstep. Throughout the whole lengthy process, there has been no mention of a new pylon, no written reference to it within the planning statement, nor subsequent documentation. In fact, in direct contradiction to this, as recent as the statement of case, 31st of January this year, paragraph 4.8, the appellant refers to overhead connectors linking into adjacent existing pylons, consistent with the email above. However, shockingly, in the proof of evidence, the appellant's landscape rebuttal from Mr. Evans, dated 30th of the 5th, 23, in just the last 2 weeks, refers to text for the very first time of a new pylon. Paragraph 4.3 states 2 points of connection masts would be located to either side of a new 132 kilowatt pylon. Surely such a large and material addition at such a late stage is unreasonable and unacceptable to everyone. Furthermore, the proposal fails to address the landscaping of the substation, as there doesn't appear to be a topographical survey. One presumes a requirement of any permanent planning permission. And bearing in mind the substation's current location is in a valley running near a brook, I can only anticipate there will be considerable land works associated with its construction. But again, this has been inadequately considered. With regards to the issue of screening for Greatworth Village from the eyesore of the substation new pylon, the scheme relies on a relatively new wooded area close to Greatworth, directly north of the substation. This is owned and planted by Marston Lawrence Estates approximately 35 years ago and is fundamental to providing an element of screening from Greatworth village itself. Yet the wood lies outside the red boundary of the scheme and therefore outside the control of the appellant. Worryingly, it has sadly already experienced an enormous incident of ash dieback. You can see it. An issue compounded as seemingly the wood has been neglected to be internally maintained by the owners throughout its lifetime. In the absence of a professional arboricultural assessment, I'm afraid the current wood should not be relied upon for sufficient screening in the summer months, let alone the winter months, to which again, no consideration has been given at all. Finally, relating to the substation itself, the associated battery systems, there has yet to be assessed by the appellant for noise pollution and light pollution. Is it the intention that the whole complex be permanently lit up at night? This is indeed the case for another local substation. We already experienced the light pollution to the east of Greatworth, courtesy of HS2 construction. Please ensure this is given proper consideration. This solar scheme is of particular importance to me as a horse rider in the area with few riding opportunities. These are already greatly reduced as again, thanks to HS2, we are already experiencing long-term closures to the one bridleway directly attached to Greatworth village to the north. Sadly, I'm afraid it will probably be closed for years to come. It means access to our only other nearby bridleway starts in Halse. Of great safety concern to me when we are using the narrow winding road to Halse, the same highway that will have a considerable number of heavy goods vehicles using it. Paragraph 5.7.7 of the statement proposal refers to 787 deliveries. That's an incredible 1,574 passings along this small road. Presumably now a much greater number given that they are now proposing a new pylon. It will be most detrimental to our lovely country horse riding experience. To summarize, I believe that the JBM proposal is of an unacceptable low standard, devoid of basic fundamental information and evidence reasonably needed by everyone to make an informed decision, but presumably including the council and the inspectorate today. They have failed to provide information to an adequate standard, to a reasonable standard. Such is the heritage importance that listed buildings attached to Greatworth Manor that we recently applied to update to double glazing. However, it was rejected on the grounds of reflection the front windows would cause from the Halse and Brackley roads. Yet this scheme will cause significantly more disruption to the same views from the same highways, their visual impact as yet undetermined. It is simply too much of a permanent scar on our lovely rolling valley, a decision seemingly be made on a proposal, in my opinion, not fit for purpose, as we are unable to assess the visual impact of this permanent piece of infrastructure, especially given the material emergence of a pylon in the last few weeks. I implore you to give this your earnest consideration and dismiss the appeal, as important decisions should not be made on a document devoid of essential decision-making information. Thank you for listening.
Ms. Daniels, thank you very much. Just, you referred to a promotional document. Are you talking about the
Yes,
EIA
statement, sorry, that's because I
the planning
was,
statement?
yes, the
Okay.
statement, the planning
The
statement
planning statement.
of
That-
March 22.
Thank you, that's very helpful. I don't know, Ms. Osmond-Smith, do you have anything you wanted to pick up, or are these matters in part the generation capacity, but the substation picked up by Mr. Evans?
Yes, that will be, we'll come back on clarification with my witnesses if I may.
Okay. Ms. Daniels, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right. I think it's Mr. Foster, I think. Do you want to come forward?
You actually have 5 copies in.
That's excellent, Mr. Foster. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good. Thank you for letting me express my views. I'm Michael Foster. I have lived in Calworth for some years. And Calworth is the adjacent village which has a number of the HS2 problems that affect Greatworth. And in addition to that, my then wife had a cottage in Greatworth, so I understand that community quite well. I preface what I say by confirming that I believe creation of renewable energy is vital for our future, or more particularly at my age, for the future of our grandchildren. I just wish we were governed by people who would put together a coherent strategy to achieve this important end in the best way. The village of Greatworth and the surrounding communities are currently being inflicted with enormous disruption by the HS2 project. On one complete side of the village of Greatworth, there is Britain's largest earth-moving project, with resultant large increase in heavy traffic on minor roads, regular road closures, and footpath closures. This has all led to severe stress and inconvenience, and indeed, economic impact of extra fuel and lost time on affected communities, all for a project that brings them no benefit. I would be grateful if the inspector would confirm in the course of this hearing that he's toured the area and seen firsthand the environmental devastation caused locally by HS2. Now, Greatworth and surrounding communities are faced with a proposed large solar farm, Copse Lodge, which will bring more spoiling of the local environment and certainly in the construction phase, significantly more heavy traffic on minor roads. It will basically blight the countryside on the other side of the village to HS2, meaning Greatworth will be under heavy environmental attack on both sides. I accept that the proposal will inject some electricity into the grid for the benefit of all, but this should be balanced by the fact that making this appeal confirms that the landowner and their consultant intend to make a tidy profit from the scheme. Perhaps also their concern for the welfare of the community is somewhat less than ours. These projects, together with the cost of living crisis and the international uncertainty, are putting an intolerable strain on the local community and are certainly creating mental health issues. National and local government have a duty of care to the communities they represent. There is little doubt that if the combination of HS2 and this solar scheme were allowed, government would be in breach of this duty of care. On a more general point, it is deeply disappointing that there does not seem to be any national or local strategy for the creation of renewable energy, and in particular, the planning of solar farms. It would seem that government has passed planning decisions for solar farms to local councils, and there's no coherent strategy or coordination. As a result, decisions are being taken by hearings such as this on an ad hoc basis. In our immediate area, if solar farms were guided to already blighted land alongside railways and the M40 motorway, and if there were panels on the roofs of the vast logistical warehouses in Banbury, significant progress could be made while minimizing environmental damage, and indeed, the potential destruction of agricultural land with consequential impacts on our dependence on imported food. Without such a proper strategy, there's a grave danger that our countryside will be ruined unnecessarily. It is worrying and deeply sad that given the overriding importance of dealing with climate change and renewable energy, that we do not have a government that is providing a clear and coherent strategy for these vital issues. I believe the Copse Lodge scheme should not be allowed to proceed for the reasons I've outlined and for its needless destruction of a beautiful piece of country. The drivers of the scheme should be told to resubmit the scheme after HS2 is completed in 5 or 10 years' time. Thank you very much.
Mr. Foster, thank you very much. I can confirm that I drove along the road that runs north of Greatworth, on the left-hand side of which, if you're going west to east, I certainly could see the HS2 works, as you can imagine. It's probably worth me saying that if there are particular places that local residents want me to view from, and Ms. Daniels, I'll say Greatworth Manor could be one of those, then make sure that you speak to the council so that it could potentially be included in the site visit that I will do later in the.
It's reassuring to know that you know the scale of what is going on out there.
Thank you, Mr. Foster.
Which is considerable.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. I had Ms. Grasperty-Smith, I think, next on my list. Oh, grand. Thank you very much indeed. Do you have one for? We're down to one. Okay. I'll tell you what I'll do. I will get the council just to copy it over so that everyone has a copy afterwards. I will. I'll use it saving notes now, Mr. Richards, then I'll pass it to you and we'll get copies straight out, but it'll become ID 12. Floor is yours.
So firstly, thank you for letting me express my objections. I want to start by saying that I do not oppose renewable energy. Renewable energy is about conserving our environment and doing so in the least invasive way possible. Of course, this is worthwhile. But today's conversation is not about whether we should invest in renewable energy. It is about whether the proposed plot in Halse is really the most intelligent, efficient, and sensitive way of going about it. It seems to me, as someone that has grown up in Halse, got to know and love its fields, copses, brooks, and wildlife, that the landscape is changing for the worse. HS2 has already torn apart old copses, hedges, and fields, and destroyed countless natural habitats. I'm tired of seeing the countryside that has brought me so much happiness throughout my childhood, and still today, be treated with such disregard. We all know how beneficial beautiful countryside is for public health, and for a generation which is struggling so much with mental well-being, it's infuriating to see proposals like this threaten to disconnect us even further when countryside like ours is becoming increasingly rare. These are not things that can be easily replaced. Biodiversity takes time, and once it's gone, it's gone. The childhood that I had in the countryside around Halse is already very different to the ones that you might have had. People of my generation have never known the sound of a turtle dove call, a bird which once recently added to the UK Red List of endangered species. Changes like this don't happen overnight. They're caused by incremental changes that might seem insignificant or benign at the time, but actually threaten the environment the environment we know, love, and depend on. Perhaps if this solar farm was an isolated incident, but I ask you to consider the cumulative effects, HS2 and other solar farm applications all around this area, it's hard to imagine what dwindling proportions of unspoiled countryside will be left. The countryside around us is a complex, biodiverse environment, and we can't afford to damage it any further. As we know, renewable energy can go anywhere, and as others I'm sure will attest to, there's plenty of places that would be more appropriate, efficient, and discreet than the location proposed. Why not next to the HS2 site where the countryside is already destroyed? There's a level of hypocrisy to this plan. As someone part of a generation that will live to see the lasting effects of the proposed solar farm, the complex problems of environmental sustainability should not be plastered over with quick fixes, not to mention the profits of private organisations. This is not a temporary scheme. I'll be in my 60s by the time the panels are dismantled. Don't be fooled by corporate ambition disguised as environmental activism. I urge you to consider the long-term implications of the proposed farm, because the people gaining profit from it now will not be the people experiencing its repercussions in decades to come.
Ms. Grafty, thank you. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. Mr. Richards, I'll pop that in your direction. If we get a couple of copies made up, that would be helpful, but as and when. Now, I had my addition to the list, Mr. Skittrell. Do you want to come forward? Oh, right. How many have you got? Yes, of course. If you just make sure that the appellants have one as well, please.
I'm Brian Skittrell. I'm CPRE Northamptonshire's renewable energy specialist. As an organisation, CPRE Northamptonshire supports necessary measures to address climate change. However, we make a holistic assessment of each proposal, and only when we consider the harms of the proposal outweigh its benefits do we reject. In this case, we concluded that this is a harmful scheme that is inappropriately cited and would result in a reduction in national food security. We set out our detailed concerns in our response to the planning application, and so let me highlight the key reasons why we consider that the appeal should be dismissed. Well-cited solar PV schemes. Ideal sites for solar PV installations are in the built environment or within contained and/or poor quality landscape, so that the scheme is either not visible over a large area or does not degrade the landscape. The recently published CPRE report, Shout from the Rooftops, Delivering a Common Sense Solar Revolution, found that installing solar panels on new buildings, existing large warehouses, warehouse rooftops and other land such as car parks could provide at least 40 to 50 gigawatts of low carbon electricity, contributing more than half of the total national target of 70 gigawatts of solar energy by 2035. Landscape impact. National Character Assessment NCA 95 states that overall the area retains a strong sense of rural tranquility. NCA 95 also warns that the open nature of the landscape means that it is vulnerable to large-scale development. The rural character is also noted in the Northamptonshire current landscape character assessment, where it states the landscape is characterised by undulating, productive mixed farmland interspersed with small villages and often remote farmsteads. It retains a strong rural character, which is eroded in places by modern incursions, such as major transport routes and large urban areas. These assessments effectively predict that the scheme of the nature proposed would be particularly harmful to the current landscape character. Climate change considerations. The effects of climate change are already very apparent, and in May it was predicted that the goal to prevent warming exceeding an increase of 1.5 centigrade is now expected to be breached in only a few years' time. Climate change is a global problem that requires a global response. Sadly, regardless of whether or not Britain achieves net zero, unless the rest of the world makes similar efforts, Britain will not be protected from its effects. While reducing global emissions is important, the government must also protect its citizens from the effects of climate change, some of which are already being experienced and those that are anticipated. Benefits of the proposal. We note that the applicant claims that the scheme is expected to generate enough renewable electricity per annum to power approximately 12,000 households, based on average UK household electricity consumption. Approximately 22.5 thousand tonnes of CO2 will be saved by the project each year. We consider that both statistics give an exaggerated picture of the benefits of the scheme. The carbon savings per megawatt hour figure used is double the grid average, the figure that the ASA recommend. The electricity per household figure gives the impression that the scheme would offset carbon emissions of a small town, whereas in fact, it would only offset the emissions of a village. The formula that we use to calculate carbon saving is installed capacity times solar PV capacity factor, times days in a year, times hours in a day, times tons CO2 per megawatt hour. We have 49.9 megawatts times 10.6 times 365 times 34 times 0.235, which is 10,888 tons CO2 per annum. The formula that we use to calculate the number of homes offset is annual carbon savings divided by the average carbon footprint of a home. In that case, that is 10,888 tons divided by 10,000 tons, which gives us a figure of 1,089 homes offset. These benefits are not insignificant, but it is important to understand the true level of benefit. These are gross benefits and do not subtract the carbon costs of developing the scheme. The harms. The Climate Change Committee have repeatedly raised concerns about our already poor food security. And so it is far from certain that it is wise to further reduce our food security by converting productive agricultural land into a solar farm. Government policy in the NPPF reflects this, both in paragraph 177B, where it recognises the value of best and most versatile land, and in footnote 67, where it seeks to direct development to poorer quality land. The proposed changes to footnote 67 of the NPPF further emphasise the need to consider the availability of agricultural land for food production. The applicant will no doubt claim that the installation is temporary and the land can be returned to its original condition at the end of its life. This is not the case, as the decision of the inspector at Blackberry Lane, which was echoed by the minister, explains. I am nevertheless mindful that the structure of agricultural soil is fragile and easily damaged, and that the construction of a development of the scale proposed is likely to result in a substantial amount of ground disturbance across the application site. This disturbance would arise from the engineering operations necessary to construct a solar park of the scale proposed, and from the potential for widespread soil compaction caused by the movement and use of heavy vehicles and machineries required for the installation of the supporting posts and the excavation trenches, access paths and foundations across the site. In my view, the impact of these operations and nature of the vehicles and equipment required are not comparable to agricultural practices and are likely to significantly damage the structure of the soil and result in loss of BMV agricultural land. We agree with this conclusion and consider that this proposal would result in the permanent loss of 7.4 acres of BMVL and by implication the permanent degradation of 178 acres of currently productive grade 3B land. The inspector also considered the food value of good quality agricultural land while it is in use as a solar PV installation and concluded, with respect to the suggestion that the site would continue to be in agricultural use during the operational period of the development, it is clear that the land could continue to be used for the grazing of sheep and silage production over the lifetime of the development. I am, however, mindful that the development of the solar park application site would mean that the land would effectively be unavailable for the cultivation of food crops for a period of 40 years. The use of the site for complementary agricultural uses, such as the grazing of livestock, does not, to my mind, compensate for the loss of BNV agricultural land, even for a temporary period. Again, we agree with the inspector's conclusion, not least because the site is designed to absorb the solar energy that would fuel the growth of the grass. Other solar PV applications mention that any grazing would be of low quality because of this. Furthermore, we're being advised that it's not practical for a shepherd to use a dog to manage sheep grazing in amongst a large complex array of structures. This may explain the reason why we have never encountered grazing in a solar farm. A further consideration is a loss of agriculture. A further consideration in the loss of productive agricultural land is that as sea levels rise, there is a significant risk that the fens will become flooded, resulting in a loss of a substantial portion of the nation's most productive Grade 1 land. Prior to the Ukraine war, there was a complacent attitude towards national food security, but the worldwide shortages caused by the war have highlighted the danger of relying upon food imports to sustain the nation when supplies are reduced. Socio-economic impact. We note the appellant claims that there would be temporary employment if the scheme is approved. Although in the short term, this will be the case, this must be weighed against a long-term loss of employment from farming the land, as well as in the downstream processing of the produce. Temporary permission and decommissioning. This application is for temporary permission lasting 40 years. Whether such a long permission can be considered as temporary is in itself debatable, given that such a permission will certainly extend beyond the lifetime of around half of the population. It's also common for temporary applications to include a decommissioning plan and a proposal for how the decommissioning would be funded. At the end of its life, the scheme would contain a large amount of equipment and industrial waste that will need to be removed and disposed of. This will be an expensive operation, and any permission should set out how this will be funded. Conclusion. CPRE Northamptonshire supports the reasons for refusal given by the LPA. We agree that the character, scale and type of this proposal is not compatible with its location and landscape setting. We also consider the permanent loss of 7.4 acres of BNVL and the degradation of 178 acres of Grade 3B agricultural land reduces national food security. This should be given significant weight as it was at Blackberry Lane. We recommend that the appeal is dismissed on both grounds. Thank you.
Mr. Greatworth, thank you very much. Ms. Osborne-Smith, did you want to pick anything up?
Just a couple of points, if I
I think
may.
that's fair with this, yeah.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So a couple of points. First of all, the shout from the rooftop reports that you cite in your contribution, you make the point essentially that a great deal of energy can come from rooftop installed solar energy generation.
Yes.
That document, in fact, recognises that at the present time there are serious limitations to large-scale rooftop installation of solar energy. That's right, isn't it?
It does, yes.
Yeah, and it recognises that because there are limitations, both regulatory, statutory, and also in respect of grid capacity and connection in respect of rooftop installations.
It is, yeah, mainly limited by grid connections at the moment.
Yeah, and one of the key findings of the report is that ground-mounted solar projects will be needed in the short term to ensure that the UK is meeting its decarbonisation targets.
Some, yes.
Yeah, and so the report, as useful as it might be as a long-term ambition, does not represent government policy.
No, it's a lobby document to persuade the government that it makes far more sense to put solar panels on top of all the warehouses we're building than to take up agricultural land twice over.
But you accept at the moment that the government's strategy is for large-scale deployment of ground-mounted solar, much of course of which will be in the open countryside.
And but the policy also says it should be on poor quality land.
Which policy are you referring to?
Directing solar development to poor quality land.
Which policy are you relying on for that?
It's planning policy guidance.
Planning practice guidance.
Yeah.
Is that what you're referring to? Okay, well, I can take that up with Mr. Burrell in due course. The other point you make, and I'm going to ask Mr. Burrell to comment on this, but it's the decision that you have provided, Blackberry Lane. That is a decision from a proposal that's in Wales.
That's correct, but I don't think Wales is that different in technical terms.
Is it different in planning policy terms?
That may or may not be the case. I'm not citing, there is no precedence in planning, as we are so often told. It's the technical balance that I am referring to.
Well, you provided a decision to the inspector from a proposal in Wales, and the part that you rely on expressly refers to Planning Policy Wales and Technical Advice Notes, which are Welsh planning policy, not English planning policy. That's right, isn't it?
But I'm not proposing that is a precedent. So
Right.
That's not a relevant question.
Well, is the decision relevant at all then?
The logic in the decision is very relevant.
What you seek to draw out of that decision is, first of all, best and most versatile agricultural land is important for food production.
Yeah.
There is no planning policy in the National Planning Policy Framework requiring that agricultural land is used for food production. Is there?
That is not an exclusive policy, certainly.
It's
it
not.
does seek to direct development away from best and most versatile land.
There is no prohibition on development being cited on best and most versatile
Yeah, there's
agricultural
not a
land.
prohibition. It just says it's a bad idea.
Well, it doesn't say it's a bad idea, does it? If you're
It
putting national
implies it's a
policy, we
bad
have to
idea.
be quite clear, don't we? And what we can clearly say about national policy is there's no prohibition on the development of best and most versatile agricultural land.
That's true.
But in any event, the vast majority of this site is not best and most versatile agricultural land, is it?
Not on this site, no.
No, the site that you refer to in Wales, where there is a different planning policy context, was entirely best and most versatile agricultural land.
It wasn't entirely, but it was substantially.
Yeah. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Mr. Skittrell, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, sorry, forgive me. Can I just check? ID 12 is the CPRE statement.
No, it's ID 13.
Right. Well, yes, I've
It's
come across that.
Rafferty Smith's one is going to be copied over to you over the lunch break. That
Forgive
will-
me.
Will fill ID 12.
Okay. And is Blackberry Lane a separate ID,
No,
or is
I
that
think
just
we can
going to
have
go
it attached.
together? Okay. Thank you.
I think I captured everyone. I do hope I didn't miss anyone in that offering to give interested parties. So that's a bit of a planning term, interested parties. It captures local residents, it captures CPRE, it captures parish councils. I'm sorry, it's shorthand. There might be shorthand that comes up all the way through this inquiry. I'll try and keep on top of shorthand if it does arise. But thank you for all those who did present today. A number obviously introduced some technical evidence that Ms. Osmond-Smith has said that will be picked up by her witnesses as we go through the inquiry. I made the offer with a couple of people as we went through that if they wish to come back, put questions, I'd give them the opportunity to do that. We'll manage that as and when the time comes. But again, it's important people are aware that that programme that we set out this morning, we'll do our best to stick to it. They are slightly flexible things, inquiry. We'll do our best to stick to it, but perhaps keep an eye on the programme or on the streaming, if you like, where I'll keep an update on where we are on it so that you're aware of when various witnesses will come forward. Let me just check there was no one else who wanted to address the inquiry. Very good.
Could we just check what photocopying I'm doing over lunch?
Just Ms. Graffiti Smith's
Fine.
statement,
And
I believe.
yes,
Um,
and I've got a
I thought I had Miss Murphy's.
I've got a note for Miss Lindsay Dobson.
Miss Dobson's. No, I found Miss Dobson's, which
Right.
I hadn't previously had.
Have you got it?
Copy that as well.
Oh, yes, please. Well, I'll photocopy it for my own personal collection.
I took notes on Miss Murphy's rather than take a statement because I didn't believe she had one at the time.
So then ID, can I just double check that? ID 7 on our list is,
Mr. Bingham.
yeah,
8 is Mr. Morris. 9 is Miss Dobson. 10 Miss Daniels. 11 Mr. Foster. 12 Miss Graffiti Smith, which sits there
Yeah.
waiting for you. And 13
13,
Mr.
both
Smith.
cards.
Does
Great,
that help?
thank you.
Very good. Oh. Well, those are the ones that I had documents for. And as you didn't, I had taken notes, Ms. Kibble.
I'll copy these and we'll see where they are.
Okay, if I get I didn't realize I had a copy. When I asked, you said it was scribbled all over, so I'd taken notes in my book. You'll see me taking notes rather a lot. Inspectors do that. We keep a full record of what we are listening to and comments that are made. Yes, if we have to add another one, if it comes back after lunch, I'll sort that out. Very good. We've gone on a bit later than normal, but I hope you've all felt you've had the opportunity to contribute to the inquiry so far. We will take a break until 2:15, please. When we will be returning with Mr. Ferber, I believe.
We will.
But I will be asking that there's a bit of discussion with the council just to make sure that if anyone wanted to contribute to the site visit itinerary that we talked about this morning, in light of issues they've raised today, if we could perhaps try and capture that.
Yes, we can certainly do that.
Thank you very
He said
much.
promising on behalf of Mr. Evans and Mr. Ferber.
Indeed, very, very good.
Extravagantly.
That's what I need. Yes, 2:15, please, then for Mr. Ferber after the break. Thank you very much. Yes, just make sure I don't have conversations with people outside of the full inquiry. When you say excuse me. I think I've got all the electronic stuff. No need to give me. Well, there's no need to give me hard copies to take away anymore, but if the other advocates do want, I've definitely got those electronically. Don't worry. I just wonder if anybody else wants to.
Yes.
Thank you.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, ladies and gents, welcome back to our afternoon session. It does seem to me like I've got a few bits and pieces of, I think, interested party statements on the table. So let's just make sure that that all makes sense to me. Miss Dobson's, which I had as ID 9, so that's good, but it also found online.
Yes, good.
Miss Kibbles, which I didn't give an ID document number to because I'd taken notes, but I will give it one now, which would be ID 14. Miss Rafferty Smith's, which we'd already given ID 12 to.
Yes, and that's the one that starts off, firstly, thank you for letting me.
Yes.
Yes.
And Miss Murphy, which I also think I took notes on. So we'd have to give that a number as we've now got the statement itself.
Yes.
So that will become 15. Very good. Thank you. Okay. Anything else raised its head over the lunch break that I need to be aware of before I hand over to Mr. Richards?
I think so.
Very good.
I think, but we can confirm later that Mr. Evans and Mr. Ferber may have talked some more about site visit, but
I'll have a rolling nag sheet, and at the moment on the rolling nag sheet is conditions and site visits.
yeah, okay. So then, I'll just check that Mr. Ferber's got all his tech. You all right, Mr. Ferber?
Yes, I'm fine, thanks.
Good. So to introduce Mr. Ferber then to the inquiry from section 1 of his proof of evidence. You're Neil Robert Ferber and you hold a Bachelor of Science dual honours degree in landscape design and plant science and a postgraduate diploma in landscape architecture. You tell us you've been a chartered landscape architect since 2002 and you're a member of the Landscape Institute. Is all of that correct?
That's correct.
And then you also tell us some more of your experience, including the sorts of projects you've worked on in the last 25 years, both for developers and planning authority clients.
That's correct.
And importantly, you tell us at paragraph 1.4 that the evidence which you prepared and provide is given in accordance with the guidance of your professional institution, and it contains your true and professional opinions. Is that right?
That's correct.
Good. Mr. Evans, can we start your evidence in chief, please, by looking at matters of landscape character context? And for that, have you got, please, core document 7.5, the ES figure 2.4, which is the landscape character plan?
Yes, I do.
CD 7.5A, which is the ES, and there are an awful lot of CD 7.5As. You need to scroll down to figure 2.4, the LCP. And it should be a plan with purple, brown, and green on it. No. ES figure 2.4. Right? Let me just Yes. You have to scroll, maybe scroll down a bit further. Thank you. So using that as a visual aid, can you just explain to us about the landscape character areas and the difference between the national, regional and local character contexts?
Yeah, so I think what the plan shows is the national character context, which are the sort of the brown coloured lines, which indicates that the appeal site lies within the Northamptonshire Uplands National Character Area, and then you've got the context of the other national character areas to the east and southeast. The coloured tone areas indicate the regional landscape character context that's contained in the current Northamptonshire landscape character assessment, and within the site that's predominantly comprising of the undulating hills and valleys, which is the brown shaded area, and then to the southeast and east of the site falls within landscape character type called the undulating claylands. And at this point, let's just sort of describe the differences between types and characters. Effectively, a character area is a subset of a character type. So character types can be found in many locations across an area or a local authority administrative area. But it's the sort of geographical location of a character area within that type that's important. So with respect to the other landscape character assessments that are relevant but not shown on this plan are the South Northamptonshire landscape character assessment, which was published in 2020, and that's a core document at 4.11, which I refer to in my proof of evidence. It's important to note that the actual landscape character areas within that assessment coincide with the regional character area. So you can take the descriptions to be, basically apply a finer level of detail than is being provided in the earlier Northamptonshire current landscape character assessment.
Okay, and then on the plan, we've got LCA 13A shown, bits of LCA 13A. That's the larger part of the site, the western part of the site. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then we've got LCA 6A, the Tove catchment, which is in the purple, which is the eastern part of the site. How do you assess the sensitivity of these different landscape character areas?
Well, I think in terms of the LCA 13A, which covers the majority of the site, I've done a sort of structured analysis in my evidence, which is, for reference, is set out at paragraphs 3.25 to 3.31, and I conclude that the value of that landscape is medium, but its susceptibility to the type of development that's being proposed here is high, which disagrees with the appellant's approach, where they consider rather strangely that the value is high, but the susceptibility is only medium.
Does that mean that you end up with the same sensitivity as Mr. Evans, but via a different route?
Exactly. Yeah. So the conclusion in terms of the LCA 13A is that we both assess that it has a high sensitivity.
And what about the LCA 6A, the Tove catchment?
Well, I've set this out in a similar sort of level of detail in my evidence, which just for reference is at paragraphs 3.36 to 3.39. And basically reach agreement with the appellant that the value of the landscape is medium. So just turning to sort of 3.39 of my evidence, where I sort of set out, if I can just sort of read from that briefly. So I sort of say that some of the features indicate a high value landscape, including the distinctive undulating landform, high levels of tranquility and a good recreational network. However, no landscape designations apply to the land or the detailed study area within 2 kilometres of the appeal site. So I therefore sort of agree with the sort of medium value. I do sort of caveat that by saying that, you know, that doesn't, it still means that the landscape has value in terms of local community value, especially close to settlements and where rights of way radiate out from settlements or linked to other settlements. But the overall conclusion is that the value is medium. And then with regard to susceptibility, the appellant assessed that it had a medium susceptibility, and I think it's a general analysis of the character of the broader character area. That's probably the correct assessment. But with respect to the area that's within the appeal site, because of the particular topographical characteristics, I assessed the susceptibility to the solar scheme is elevated. You also don't have any major detracting features in the LCA at that point. So I think it's a robust assessment to conclude that the susceptibility is high within and adjoining the appeal site, and consequently you end up with a high overall sensitivity.
Okay. And that's a difference between you and Mr. Evans.
That's correct.
Okay. We'll come and see why that's important presently. And then what about the magnitude of change in landscape character terms?
Yeah, well, I think it's sort of it's important to look at the change at different geographical levels, and I basically refer my evidence to Glivia 3, and it's probably worth just turning up paragraph 550. I'll just give you a page reference. It's on page 91.
Yes.
So I won't read out the whole paragraph, but you know, it starts by saying obviously that the geographical area over which landscape effects will be felt must also be considered, and it describes how that's distinct from the size or the scale of the effect, and it will vary depending on the nature of the proposals, and goes on to say that there's no hard and fast rules about what categories to use, but suggested some bullet points at the end of paragraph 550 to look at the site level, then at the immediate sort of setting of the site, which I kind of would probably prefer to use the word sort of landscape context rather than immediate landscape context rather than setting, because it tends to get a bit confused with heritage matters, which is obviously different consideration. Then it goes on to look at the scale of the landscape type or character area within which the proposal lies, and then finally, on a larger scale, that might include several landscape types or character areas.
And is that what you've sought to do in your evidence?
Yeah, broadly. I mean, I've looked at it obviously at the site level, then the immediate sort of landscape context, and then finally within the scale of the landscape type or character area.
And I think that, and you haven't bothered to go to the last bullet point because you and Mr. Evans colloquially both agree it's not worth going there.
That's correct.
In this case, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Well, we're going to come back to that in a moment when we look at the tables in the statement of common ground. But does the appellant agree with this approach you've adopted? Have you both adopted the same approach?
Yeah, well, we've basically tried to sort of reach common ground in the landscape statement of common ground appendices. And I set out those sort of divisions within that appendix 1 of the landscape statement of common ground.
So can we turn up the landscape statement of common ground then? This is our first dip into it. And on our way to the tables, just to note, paragraph 2.3, the LVIA's methodology agreed to be in accordance with GLIVIA.
Yeah, that's correct.
But a difference in what overall level of effect constitutes a significant and a not a significant effect. There's a difference between you on that, which we'll come to.
That's right.
And then at 2.9, the agreed position on national character levels, which we just looked at in that 4th bullet point of 550 in GLIVIA 3.
Yeah.
And then we can see at the bottom of page 3, matters that remain in dispute. And over the page, paragraph 3.3, the differences are set out in appendices 1 and 2.
Yeah.
And appendix 1 is landscape effects and appendix 2 is visual effects.
That's correct.
Okay, so we're now in the landscape effects section. And the
Appendix 1.
first set of matters are the physical character features.
That's correct.
And I think there's only an issue between you over trees.
Yeah, I think it's just whether or not the benefits are significant or not.
Okay. And are you able to say why there's a difference between you and Mr. Evans on that?
Yeah, briefly, I think it's because Mr. Evans has used a high sensitivity for all tree planting, whether it's something that's existing and is a mature established tree or whether it's something that's been recently planted. So obviously the value of it will increase over time. So I've not given it a high sensitivity if it's a tree that's just been planted, because it will take some time to have that landscape character and sort of, you know, those benefits within the landscape. So I don't consider at year 15 that there would be significant beneficial effects from tree planting.
Okay. But apart from trees, so far as topography, hedgerows, land cover, public rights of way, water courses and water bodies are concerned, where there are differences between you, as set out in that table, the differences do not give rise to any issue that is significant. Is that right?
But that's correct.
Yeah. Okay, well, we won't bother with looking at that. Then on the second page of appendix 1, about halfway down, we get to the LCT 13. 13A, Middleton, Cheney and Woodford Halse within the site row.
Yes.
So this is your site level analysis.
That's correct.
And we can read across and we can see that you conclude that during construction and at year 1 and at year 15, there will be major adverse effects that are significant.
That's correct.
Whereas Mr. Evans says that they will be moderate adverse effects in construction in year 1 and minor adverse effects in year 15 and will not be significant.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And the same that's at the site level. That's the lowest level we go down to. Is that right, Mr. Furber?
That's correct. The finest grain. Yes.
Yeah. And have you been able to fathom why Mr. Evans thinks that there won't be any significant adverse impacts on landscape character, even at the site level?
Well, I think it's because there's a change in sensitivity. The sensitivity has been changed from high in the proof of evidence to medium. Sorry, high within the LVIA to be medium within the proof of evidence.
Okay. Now,
and also obviously the consideration of whether the resulting effect being moderate, whether that would be deemed to be significant or not. But clearly there is quite a substantial difference between us in any event, because from my assessment perspective, there's no question that it would be significant as it's a major effect.
okay. Yes, there is a difference between you and Mr. Evans. I think in his methodology, a major adverse impact is always significant. And that's the same with you, isn't it?
Yes.
But where there's a difference between you is where the impact is assessed to be moderate adverse.
Yes.
I think on his methodology, that is always not significant.
That's correct.
Whereas on your methodology, it is sometimes significant.
Yeah, it's informed by sort of professional judgment, and it's approach that's the Pegasus themselves adopt on other solar farm assessments.
Okay, and is that and that's what you've drawn attention to by producing that extract in your Appendix C?
That's correct.
Right.
I'd also add that it is usually the approach that we'd adopt on any sort of major infrastructure project. It's been agreed recently on 2 development consent orders that I'm working on by both the planning inspectorate and the landscape consultants acting for the authority that that's the correct approach to adopt.
Yeah, I mean, I know there are some landscape architects who always consider moderate effects to be significant.
Yeah, and I think that's the sort of ultra cautious approach, but that I've seen that many times as well.
But you don't adopt that. You look at each moderate effect in its own right and decide whether or not it's going to be significant.
Yeah, I think that's where the professional judgment comes in. You have to look at the effects. You don't simply use a matrix and multiply one thing by another and something comes out and leave it at that. You have to sort of rationalize and use the matrix as a sort of consistency and an assistance to coming to an effect, really to ensure that you're keeping your assessment fair between the different receptors. That's really what you're using the matrix for.
Okay, and then if we go back to the table then, we looked at the site level of the LCT 13A, LCA 13A parcel. The next row down expands that out to the immediate landscape setting of the site.
Yes,
And ballpark figure, how many hundreds of meters are we talking about for the landscape setting?
it's about 300 meters.
Okay.
And that was defined by, first of all, by sort of looking at the appellant's ZTV that they produced, but also looking at the photomontages, reviewing in the field. So in some places it will be slightly more than that, other places it will be less. But it's around that sort of quantum, that sort of distance.
And then your assessment is that the impact falls to major to moderate adverse, but remains significant.
That's correct.
And then if we go down to the bottom row on that page, look out again to within the detailed study area. At that point, your assessment is that it falls to moderate adverse. But on the first line of the next page, it remains significant.
Yeah, and I think it's important to understand why I've come to that conclusion, because there aren't any other large scale developments within that character area. So within LCA 13A and the study area, there is a distinct lack of other sort of major built development. Really, it's only the historic villages, which sort of comprise Marston, St Lawrence, and then the southwestern edge of Greatworth.
And what's on a quick ready reckoner, what's the comparison between the footprint of the solar farm and the footprint of the villages within that character area?
Well, I mean, it's far in excess. I mean, you can't necessarily compare like for like, but I think it's just because one's obviously 3 meter high panels and the other's built development, and they're completely different. But I think just to get a sense of scale, that, you know, it's substantially greater, the area that's covered by the solar farm than any other sort of built development within that LCA.
Right. And then you turn your mind to LCA 6A, the Tove catchment. And again, you assess within the site, major, adverse, and significant across the construction year 1 and year 15. You then widen out to the immediate landscape setting of the site, major to moderate, adverse, significant. And then within the study area, this time, you fall to minor, adverse across, and therefore not significant.
Yes, that's right. And I just sort of draw attention to a minor typo that's identified in the footnote.
Yeah.
Which it should say minor adverse, not moderate adverse, but you know, effectively it's not significant. So the conclusion is the same. And the reason for that is that you need to understand the development context of the LCT 6 LCA 6A and LCT 6 in the wider context. So you need to look at what other developments are within that area. So obviously you've got an operational solar farm, 2 consented solar farms, you've got a HS2. There is a development already. Now that may lead to cumulative effects, which is obviously not something that is part of the council's case. So, you know, if you have more development, it can tip a threshold to become significant from a cumulative perspective, but also it does set the context for how that proposal is assessed in terms of from a whole landscape character area basis.
Okay. And then lastly, in this section of the appendix, you look at the study area of the LCA 10A, which is the green area on the plan we looked at, figure 2.4.
Yes.
Not the appeal site doesn't extend into that character area.
It doesn't extend
but
into
it's immediate neighbour, isn't it?
It's an indirect effect. It doesn't even really affect the immediate setting because there aren't any receptors where you'd experience the indirect effects within 300 meters of the appeal site. So that's why it's been sort of only assessed at the level of the detailed study area, and obviously having an agreement with Mr. Evans that there aren't significant effects.
Yes, so
yeah,
none of the effects significant so far as that LCA is concerned. So we've had a look at how you've assessed the effects on landscape character. I mean, one of the things that might be put to you that, well, at a site level, won't you typically get significant landscape effects on any greenfield solar farm development?
You often do, but not in all cases. I mean, I think that in the case of this development proposal, the reason why they would be significant at a site level is because of the high susceptibility. So we're talking about an undulating topography, and also about quite a notably tranquil area. I think I've referred to in my evidence about how tranquil the rural landscape is between Greatworth, Halse and Farthinghoe, and the published landscape character area descriptions I set out at paragraph 3.9. I'm not going to go through those in detail, it's part of my evidence, but in summary, it's basically described as a deeply rural landscape with virtually no man-made detractors, a distinctive undulating topography, historic curvilinear hedgerows, so imposing quite a geometric industrial energy proposal onto that baseline is going to have significant effects. I think that, you know, that sort of sense of intimacy when you're within the site contrasts with the fact that you've got expansive panoramic views from the elevated areas surrounding the site, which is also within the same landscape character area. And the hills and valleys, they're not uniform in nature, and they're quite diverse in terms of enrichment, and there's a richness of form. So I think that is quite a strong contrast to the sort of industrial character of a solar farm, and I think that's illustrated in the photomontages that the appellant has produced, because this sort of informal landscape pattern, you've then got quite a regular geometry that does produce these sort of significant adverse effects. I mean, obviously there are greenfield sites where you can accommodate large scale solar farms quite easily, particularly if the land is flatter. It might have more sort of regular geometric field size patterns. And I think in those scenarios, often the landscape mitigation proposals would be more effective than they are on this site. And I think also you often get solar farm sites that are close to sort of main road corridors or maybe other industrial scale buildings, which don't need to be, when I say industrial scale, they could be poultry farms, but you know, they would fit in with that sort of regular sort of geometric character that's obviously clearly absent from the appeal site and the immediate environs.
Okay, let's turn then from landscape character to visual effects. And just by way of summary, perhaps you could take up your proof. We're not going to, the inspector will be delighted to hear, we're not going to look at every single viewpoint in every single part of the table. But by way of a summary, perhaps you could just read out paragraph 630 to 632 in your proof.
Yeah, sure. So at 630, I say, in summary, I assess that there would be significant adverse effects on visual amenity during both the operational and construction phases of the project. as experienced by users of public rights of way within and close to the appeal site. Significant and adverse visual effects experienced by users of public rights of way beyond the appeal site and the wider landscape are also predicted. And then I list some of those footpath locations. I think it's worth noting that those are located in, to the west, east, and to the north. So they're in different directions from the site. So we're not talking about a localized wider effect. We're talking about, adverse effects in all directions. And then at 6.31, I go on to say that significant adverse effects on visual amenity are predicted for over half a kilometre length of Halse Road within close proximity to the site at year one. And then acknowledge that by the time the hedgerows have grown up, that would reduce to a non-significant level by year 15. And then finally at 6:32, I sort of describe about the impact on residents to the north, east, southeast, southwest, and west of the appeal site. So all of those would experience adverse visual effects as a result of post-development. That to the degree that that we wouldn't have an effect on living conditions, but in the sense that that it would be overbearing or unacceptable in that sense. However, it is important to know that a lot of those properties lie on elevated ground, and they currently experience views into the valley that is strongly rural in character, and has typically very few detractors. And I just go on to say that these significant effects would occur from Halse Copse Farm, Cockley Barn, and Cockley Hill Farm.
Okay. Well, having said that, we're not going to look at every single viewpoint. Let's just look at 5 together to give the inspector a bit of a flavour of what the evidence shows. So, and he's got to assist him the appellant's photo montages and also the site layout and landscape strategy plan. We're up to revision O. So let's just have a look, if we could, at first of all at viewpoint 10. And just to let the inspector know that we think that the most complete and up-to-date example of where the viewpoints are is Mr. Evans's Appendix 4. Is that right, Mr. Ferber?
Yes, that's correct.
So if the inspector wants to have a yellow sticker on something, Mr. Evans's Appendix 4 has all of the viewpoints, including your new ones and variations on some of his. And we're going to start at viewpoint 10, which is on the bridleway between Halse and Farthing-Go.
Yeah, so this is the
near the field known locally as Dawson's.
So yeah, this is the route where you can sort of clearly see that where the bridleway sort of goes down the hill, and you can see the worn track where it crosses the disused railway line in the far left of the view. So I think this was where we sort of I came to agreement with Mr. Evans that the layout plan needed to be amended for the location of the bridleway to obviously be on this side of the hedgerow.
Yes.
So it's a view that's at this location is probably one of the first locations as you come off the plateau that you would then sort of that your view would open out to see the railway line sort of in the middle ground of the view, and then the fields beyond that. I think it's also worth noting at this point that this is obviously taken in summer, so the screening is going to be greater than it would be in winter.
Just, yes, so we're in core document 7.5A again, this time appendix 2.4, which is the summer montages. And viewpoint 10 gives us the existing view. And then the next pullout of the photo montage.
That's right. So we've got a photo montage at year 1. And then a photo montage at year 15.
Yes.
So what that's showing is that in sort of summer after 15 years, there would be some screening from the growth of that hedgerow that's being proposed, which would restrict some of the visibility. Though I think it's important to know that if you're on a horse, you're quite a lot higher than this location, so you would see more than what's shown here, as well as it being in winter.
Okay. And then if we cross-refer that to the table in Appendix 2, viewpoint 10, shown as having a photo montage. Happy agreement between the LVIA, the appellant's proof of evidence, and the council that the impacts across the board are major, adverse, and significant.
That's correct.
So an example of common ground and concord between you and Mr. Evans to start off with.
That's right. I think it's just worth noting that obviously there is some impact from the mitigation planting, but there's still going to be extensive views of the solar farm at year 15, and we all agree that that would still be significant.
And then if we look at viewpoints 21A and 21B next. Taken on the Halse Road, I think, looking southeast into the site.
Yes, and obviously, as you said, it's in 2 parts. So I think there's common grounds that it would be significant visual impacts during construction in year 1, but we differ at the year 15 assessment. And I think in respect to half of the view, there'd obviously be the benefit of that new hedgerow growth that would partially screen the solar panels in summer. But the other half of the view 21B, that would largely remain the same. So I think that there would be no doubt that you would be starting your walk into, between along a corridor between two parcels of the solar farm. So I think that would still be, I consider that would still be significant at year 15, although the magnitude I acknowledge would be less. But because it's a high sensitivity receptor, it would still be significant.
Yes. So if we cross-refer that then to the tables in the statement of common ground, viewpoint 21, it's spread over 2 pages. The appellant's LVIA and proof of evidence, construction and year 1, major, adverse, and significant. But year 15, moderate, adverse, and not significant, as you've just told us. And then if we look over the page for your assessment, major, adverse, and significant construction in year 1. Major, adverse, and significant in year 15 for part of the view. That's the 21B part of the view, presumably. Okay, next, can we go to viewpoint 6? which I think is one again where there's agreement between you at the bottom end of the scale. Is that right?
I think so, yeah, in terms of magnitude, certainly.
So at viewpoint 6, we are looking up the Halse Road.
Yep.
In a northwesterly direction. We have the existing view, and then we have the year 1 view.
And then not any real change to the year. Or not much of a discernible change to the year 15. I think it's important also to note, whilst we're on this viewpoint, obviously it was taken in summer, and I took a view from the public footpath that's referred to as my viewpoint 6, that shows you can see more of the solar farm because it's slightly more elevated, and also the hedgerow's been cut back. So I think the impacts in winter from the public footpath I've assessed as being moderate and significant. But there is quite a difference, because clearly if you're in a car, as you go down that hill in summer, it's going to become screened for a little distance until you actually go alongside the site, and then it'll become more visible in the early years. So it's quite a different judgment between somebody that's, you know, pausing on a public footpath to if you're traveling more at speed.
Can we just double check the statement of common ground tables? We've got viewpoint 6 open here, haven't we?
Yes.
And that shows agreement between the both of you, minor adverse throughout and not significant. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, good.
And then it's H, which is in the statement of common ground tables, where we have that difference.
Yes. And that's because your viewpoint 6 is slightly different from Mr.
Yeah, and also because we've we've assessed that in fact the appellant assesses that the level would be higher, would actually be major adverse from the footpath, not moderate. But overall, we considered that it wouldn't change at year 15. So I think this is a reoccurring theme throughout the assessment, is that there's very few viewpoints where there's much of a difference between year 1 and year 15, because the mitigation isn't particularly effective. And I think you'll see this as we're comparing the montages, even in summer, from maybe not the worst case locations, you'll see that there isn't much of a change.
Okay, and now a longer distance view from viewpoint 5, which is up near Mrs. Graffiti Smith's recording studios and house, but on the public footpath, I think, at that location.
Yes, I think the montage, it was one that we relocated, so slightly complicates things. But if you look at the Mr. Evans viewpoint location plan,
yes,
that's helpfully got all of the numbers and letters on there. So it shows that you've got viewpoint 5, which obviously this is a bit further to the north and on the footpath, and then my viewpoint G, which is closer to the house.
Yes,
but from the footpath as well.
And you'll be able to show the inspector on the site visit where viewpoint 5 is taken from, and where your G.
Yeah, and the actual extent of the solar farm that's visible in both views is similar, but it's just you haven't got the distraction of the sort of all the fencing and everything in the foreground, with obviously with the view being closer to the house, it's more representative of the house and the footpath.
Okay, and then if we go to the viewpoint 5 photo montages, the existing view, first of all, And fair to acknowledge the presence of the pylons in the existing view?
Yes, that's right. I think that from this view, we've assessed that the magnitude of change would be low. If I can just refer to the statement of common ground table. Yeah, so we again, in line with the appellants, we consider that the magnitude of change would be low. But they conclude during construction in year one that the effect would be moderate, adverse, and not significant, whereas I consider that it would be significant. And the reason I consider that is obviously set out in my evidence, but in summary, it's because you're looking at the back of the panels, the framework. So it's not very well depicted in the montage, partly because there's only so much detail you can do in these things, but also I think the contrast would be greater in winter than it would be in summer. So I think it would be, you definitely would see more of the solar farm. And I think that the other key issue is that if you follow it across the view, it does extend right across sort of above the farm buildings in the center of the view. So you would get these, you know, you're not just looking at one localized area of solar panels, you're actually seeing it in quite a few locations.
Yes, so if we look and just pick up the left-hand pylon in the view at year one, and then we can see in the fields, 2 fields behind the what on my copies looks like a brown color, which is the back end of the solar panels.
Yes.
And that then spreads, that same brown color spreads across to the right and eventually disappears behind some, was filtered by some trees. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah, I think it's an ash tree in the middle.
Yeah,
in front of.
And then in the foreground, we've got the first 4 sheep on the left.
Yes.
And if we go 12 o'clock of them, we can see, can we, that brown color again featuring in fields in the middle distance?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, these montages are obviously just a depiction of the representation of what would be seen. But I think from viewing solar farms, you know, as somebody who's written assessments for them in the past, looking at them from different angles, there is quite a difference in the visual impact between seeing something from behind to seeing in front, and whether or not there's space in between the panels and how the edges look and all of these different factors.
Yes, and if we look at the table in Appendix 2, in year 1, both you and Mr. Evans agree that the effect will be moderate adverse.
Yes.
But under his methodology, that automatically is not significant. And under yours, it requires a bespoke judgment. And you've made that judgment and set out the reasons in your evidence why you think it's significant.
That's correct. And I think if you turn to the year 15 view, that there's very little change. I struggle to find what the change is when I look between them.
Yes, well, again, looking back at the tables in the statement of common ground, Mr. Evans reduces the effect to minor adverse in year 15 from moderate adverse in year 1. Is there much discernible effect in your judgment?
No, not from my judgment of looking at this montage, and also obviously factoring in winter sort of views as well.
Yeah, and then lastly, can we pick up viewpoint 17, please? And this is from footpath 15, looking northeast.
Yeah, so this is sort of the end of a direct view. So I think when you come off Hockley Road, and you basically get this direct view as you go towards the property, the farmhouse that's sort of under restoration at the moment. And you walk down the drive, the footpath sort of coincides with the drive. So you get this view for the sustained distance, and as you get closer, I think you can see in the left-hand side of the photo, there's like a shipping container, which is because they're restoring the farmhouse at the moment. There's the footpath style. You'd get views from the other side, which is represented by viewpoint 18. So you get this view for some distance. And then looking at the photo montage, you can see that's that at year one, the solar panels basically sort of on the hillside there, and because of the size of the scheme, you could kind of almost see how they sort of rotate around.
Yes.
So the space in between them changes, and then further to the left, where you've got multiple rows in front of each other, maybe on slightly flatter ground, you just see that sort of the sea of sort of grey, which is the solar panels in that area. So it's quite a discordant mixture. It doesn't, to me, come across as a sort of a well-designed scheme.
Okay, and in the Statement of Common Ground tables, both you and Mr. Evans describe the effect as moderate adverse at construction year 1 and at year 15. Again, just pausing there, any discernible or difference between the year 1 position and the year 15 position in your view?
Well, you still see the same. Obviously, you could argue, well, it's contained, that the hedgerow that's sort of along the horizon is sort of contained in the solar farm, but it doesn't have any rolling screening in screening the solar panels.
From this direction.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then again, a difference between you where you judge that this is a significant effect and Mr. Evans doesn't.
That's correct.
Yeah. All right. In the last 5 minutes or so, Mr. Ferber, I just want to pick up a few references in Mr. Evans's rebuttal. And the first is ash dieback. And we had this morning ID3 handed in, which was the arboricultural guidance note which Mr. Evans referred to in his rebuttal.
That's correct.
So what is it you want to say about ash dieback?
Well, I think Mr. Evans obviously draws some conclusions from that suggest that hedgerow trees in isolation might be less impacted by ash dieback. But the reason why I'd asked for the document to be included was to draw attention to the fact that on page 3 of the document, it does go on to support my original suggestion that I quoted in my evidence from a different source that suggested that up to 80% loss would be a likely worst case scenario. And at page 3 of the document that Mr. Evans has submitted, it states that research suggests that whilst the possibility of 100% mortality in natural forests within 30 years can't be ruled out, mortality between 50 and 75% may be more likely. In plantations, 85% mortality is the highest recorded in Europe thus far. So I think making an assumption for 80% reasonable worst case loss isn't out of line with that judgment. I also had a closer look at the arboricultural impact assessment, and
yes, for the inspector's note, that's appendix 2.5 of the ES.
Yeah, so we don't need to turn to it, because I've done some sort of a bit more analysis. I think in my proof of evidence, I just noted that there was a lot of ash that had been recorded. But I've just gone into it in a little bit more detail and have noted that out of the 79 individual trees that were surveyed across the site of all species, more than half of those were ash. Was 41. So obviously, if you extrapolate a 75% likely mortality rate, accepting that individual trees could be less affected than trees in woodland, you could lose up to a third of the existing individual trees. And I think we'll see on the site visit that those individual trees do have a role, certainly from local views, in sort of breaking up the appearance of the solar farm in some of the views. Going on to the groups of trees, ash is recorded in both the woodlands that are now beyond the site boundary. The Rule 6 party obviously noted this morning that they consider that there is some evidence of ash dieback. I can't comment on that. I'm not, you know, I didn't look at the woodland in that level of detail near Greatworth. But although the proportions of ash aren't listed in the arboricultural impact assessment, in most cases where it's present, it's the first species that's listed, and it's present in approximately 2/3 of the tree groups, sometimes as a sole species. It's only in terms of hedgerows, where excluding hedgerow trees and excluding woodland and tree groups, it's only in the hedgerows where it appears less frequently.
Okay. I think we've covered already how you decide whether moderate effects are significant or not. Next, which Mr. Evans also covers in his rebuttal, but perhaps I'll come back to that with him. The green infrastructure corridor running through the site.
Yes.
Mr. Evans comments on your concerns about any adverse impacts on the landscape setting of that green infrastructure corridor. Do you think, has he answered your concerns fully?
No, I think my point wasn't about the physical impact on the trees within the corridor. I think it's agreed that it's probably likely, given that there's already some informal access along that route, that's something that could be formalized, and it could continue with landowner agreement in the future. So I think it's not in a dispute that the physical fabric could be largely retained. I think it was more the point that the policy BN1 of the core strategy, it makes reference to the sense of place. That's relevant in terms of the landscape setting of the corridor, and it's going to change from something that's sort of basically deeply rural and tranquil to a setting that's surrounded by solar panels, battery storage, and the associated noise and adverse impacts that those would create. So I think that's conflict, not just with policy BN1, but also with policy NE3 as well. It's not just about physically providing the connection. The connection's already there. It's already been used, albeit without explicit agreement from the landowner. But to then suggest that just because you're not chopping any trees down, you're somehow providing enhanced recreational experiences is clearly wrong.
Okay, and then the last thing, please, at paragraph 3.23 to 3.25 in his rebuttal, Mr. Evans sets out an explanation as to how the southern boundary hedgerow and hedgerow trees would be managed. What's your interpretation of the implications of his explanation?
Well, I think the first point to note is just to pick up on the planning rebuttal, where the red line position is clarified, and it clearly follows the watercourse, and I'm not clear whether you know, that means that all of the planting on the southern boundary is within the applicant's control. But regardless of those concerns, which, you know, are obviously relevant, it seems very strange that you would keep, you know, a willow tree that's already 12 meters high and might grow to 18 to 20 meters, and you wouldn't touch that, yet you would maintain all other planting along the southern boundary at 3 to 4 meters high. It defies logic, really, why you would propose that as a management regime, because surely it's the trees that are causing the shading issue at a higher level. So I think there's a sort of, to want of a more complicated description, there's still confusion over, is the character of the riparian vegetation going to be maintained? Mr. Evans suggests so, but probably at the expense of some of the output of the solar farm. But, you know, if it is going to be maintained and the trees are there, then obviously that's beneficial. So that's good.
Right, good. Thank you. Mr. Ferber, please wait there. Oh, we sorry, I beg your pardon. So we hadn't covered his errata sheet. Was it self-explanatory? Yeah.
So there was one, another one, unfortunately. At paragraph 412, at page 43 of my proof.
Page 43.
Yeah.
Yep.
The fourth line down, it talks about views would have a medium magnitude of change, and it should be a major, not a moderate adverse effect at year one. Now that's agreed by both parties in the landscape statement of common ground. So it's just correcting an inconsistency there. So correcting.
Okay. Good. Thank you, Mr. Ferber. Please wait there.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Let me just finish that last note. Ms. Osborne-Smith, do you have any cross-examination from Mr. Ferber?
I do.
Very good.
Just a little. Do we, so is it worth taking a short comfort break now?
We
If we're
had to.
aiming
We
to-
obviously started later today, and I didn't know if you had a spot in 20 minutes that would work, or we could take it now. It's up to you.
Probably not. I'd rather take it now and then have a clear run through if I may.
Okay. The unhelpful watch situation. Right. My watch says it's 24 minutes past. I'm quite happy to come back at, I mean, we can do 10 minutes, can't we? At 25 to 4, please.
Thank you.
Yes, 10 minutes. On our watches, it'll be later on that one. And almost as late on that one, but not quite. Okay, at 25 to, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good. I think everyone's back, aren't they? Ms. Osmond-Smith, your cross-exam.
Thank you very much, sir, and good afternoon, Mr. Ferber.
Good afternoon.
Let me know if you can't hear me well enough. I may slip away from the microphone when I'm looking at documents, but if you can't, just shout up. Mr. Ferber, your role at the inquiry is to identify landscape and visual effects for the inspector, and those feed into the planning balance then carried out by someone else.
That's correct.
And finally, of course, the inspector, it's for him to carry out the planning balance informed by all of the evidence before him.
It is.
You've identified adverse effects, but you've also identified some landscape character and recreational benefits that could arise from the scheme.
You mean in terms of the tree planting and the hedgerow planting?
Yes, there are some elements of the scheme which you say would bring a beneficial effect in
But-
landscape character and recreational terms.
But not to a significant level.
That wasn't the question. Are they or are they not benefits?
There are benefits, but they're modest.
Well, we'll look at that in a bit more detail, but nonetheless, you have identified benefits, and it will be, of course, for the inspector to look at all the harms and all the benefits that have been identified and consider how the balance falls either in favour of or against the scheme.
That's correct.
Evidently, you identify some significant adverse impacts, as does the appellant. But it's right, isn't it, that the existence of significant adverse impacts does not automatically mean that the scheme should be refused?
No, I mean, it again, like the beneficial effects, it weighs in the planning balance, doesn't it?
And we know that in respect of projects of this scale, they are considered almost inevitably to give rise to adverse effects, not in every case, but certainly in a great number of cases.
I think that's a big generalization. I think in my evidence in chief, I described how the context of a solar farm could influence whether effects would be significant or not. But I accept the fact that there are solar schemes that will have significant effects and are therefore are consented, balancing all other factors. Yeah.
Yeah. If we just turn up, and I appreciate, of course, that you are not the planning policy witness, but no doubt you will be familiar with that part of policy that deals with landscape effects specifically. And it's called document 1.3. If you turn that up, you should find National Policy Statement Draft EN1.
Yes.
Turn within that to 5.10.5. Well, first of all, I should say, turning to chapter 5, which starts on page 84, this is generic impacts. So this concerns all of those types of development covered by this national policy statement. And then turning to 5.10.5, you tell me when you get there.
Yes.
That's on page 130. Virtually all nationally significant energy infrastructure projects will have adverse effects on the landscape.
Sorry, I don't think I've got the right part. Could you just repeat
5.10.5
of EN1
draft.
That's what I'm going on.
So it's called document 1.3B.
Yeah, I've got it now.
It's page 130. You might be scrolling a while.
Yes.
So 5.10.5, virtually all nationally significant energy infrastructure projects will have adverse effects on the landscape, but there may also be beneficial landscape character impacts arising from mitigation.
But this isn't an NSIP.
No, appreciate that. We are 0.1 megawatts below the level, but 49.9 megawatts, that's a significant size project, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think it's not, it's talking about, it's a general comment, isn't it, about all energy infrastructure.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It's a general comment about energy infrastructure, of which this scheme is an example. And it's a large example, it's a big scheme.
Yeah, and I think also that paragraph is just recognising that there will be adverse effects. It's not saying whether those effects are significant or not, whether they are considered compliant with policy, whether with local policy. It's not saying a lot of things really. It's just a general comment.
Yeah, but it's an important general comment in it. It's an acknowledgement that large schemes can give rise to large effects.
Yeah.
And just to close off the point in respect of this not being an NSIP, of course it's not. But both of the MPSs that are before this appeal, both EN1 and EN3, that the appellant and the council refer to, express themselves to be potentially relevant to applications falling within the Town and Country Planning Act.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, of course, you aren't here, as I've already said, to engage with national policy on the need for renewable energy. But do you accept this, that very large schemes for solar energy need to be deployed nationally, and many of those are going to be in open countryside?
Yes, I accept that.
And we can see that, of course, in the appeal decisions before us, those by and large, if not exclusively, are all on agricultural land in the open countryside. And that's dating back from the Halse appeal decision, which I think was the first of the big recent 49.9 megawatt schemes.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. And this is a local authority that has granted planning permission for schemes in the open countryside.
It has.
And so you accept then, I suggest that such schemes are acceptable in principle in the open countryside.
I wouldn't say that they are acceptable. I would say that they can be acceptable.
Yes.
But I don't think there's any principles about it. I think it depends on the individual site and what the effects are, where the receptors are, and the whole purpose of why we're having this inquiry.
Well, let's just explore that principle by reference to the council's consideration of it. And we have core document 7.26. Core document 7.26.
Is that the committee reports?
Yes.
I've got three that I've got.
You've got three, yes.
Yeah.
It's the middle one, if that helps,
Yes,
but it's the
yeah.
committee report, yes.
I've got that now.
You've got that. So if you go within that to section 8, you should find the heading appraisal. And on the PDF, it's page 9 of 29.
Yes.
And the first heading under appraisal is principle of development, and it goes on to set out the national policy context. Do you see that?
I do.
So scroll down to 8.9 and you'll see their assessment. It says this: it is evident from the above policy context that the proposed solar farm would be supported in principle. Whether or not the proposal is acceptable in this particular location with regard to visual, heritage, archaeological, ecological, noise, flooding and highway matters is assessed individually in this report. The conclusion on these sections varies, and then it goes on to say the proposal has been assessed as unacceptable in terms of visual impact and proposed mitigation measures. So you see that?
I do.
So principle acceptable, but specific location a problem for the local authority.
That's correct.
So let's think then about the specific location here. The parties agree this is not a valued landscape.
They do.
And as a generality, valued landscapes are of the highest sensitivity to new development.
Well, yeah, I think it depends on, you know, they've got a high value, but they might not be susceptible to certain types of development. But I think if we're talking about solar development, you would generally consider that a solar farm in an AONB or a national park is likely to result in significant adverse effects.
Yeah, they are, well, I can't think of another word for valued really, but they are so valued that the framework seeks to protect them.
That's correct.
So they have an elevated status in national policy due to their sensitivity, and whether you call that a planning policy sensitivity or a landscape sensitivity, it is nonetheless a sensitivity which a decision has been taken at the level of government to protect.
Yes, I agree.
So they are not ordinary landscapes.
No, that's why they're designated for scenic value, recreational, obviously scenic value for AONBs, recreational and scenic value for national parks.
Yeah, so not ordinary, they are something extraordinary.
That's correct.
Yeah. This is not the appeal site here, an extraordinary landscape, is it?
It's not it's not a landscape that's designated, and it doesn't have the some of the key characteristics that would elevate it to the level of a AONB or a national park. That's true. However, I think it's not a binary consideration in terms of landscape, that you've got a statutory designation or a local designation, and you've got anything else. There's a big grey area in the middle.
Well, of course, it's a spectrum.
Yeah.
It's a spectrum from a supermarket car park right up to an AONB.
Yeah.
And it's a broad spectrum. But nonetheless, those landscapes which are valued, which national planning policy seeks to protect, we agree are extraordinary. You don't say anywhere in your evidence that this is an extraordinary landscape.
No, but I think I've assessed, in fact, I assessed that the value of the landscape is actually is lower than what Mr. Evans assesses in some instances, because his assessment, I think, because of the presence of the local landscape designations further from the appeal site, made the conclusion that, or the LVIA certainly made the conclusion that there was a high value, which was a slightly strange assessment. However, he assessed the susceptibility to the type of development was lower than I did, but we still ended up in the same place in terms of the sensitivity.
Yes, well, we'll come to look at that at the moment, and because I think what you're referring to is LCT 13 broadly.
Yeah,
in respect of being high value.
Well, yes, I mean, he makes the that's the judgment that is agreed between the LVIA and myself.
Yes.
I'm not quite clear where Mr. Evans stands when he assesses the landscape character of the site, because that's within the LCT 13.
But LCT 13 also includes a special landscape area, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah, extends over that. And of course, as being a designated landscape, that can be regarded as being of higher value than perhaps other part of LCT 13. And we note that you draw distinctions when you look at the landscape about different parts of it and how they might reflect a different level of sensitivity overall.
Yeah, I mean, we reached the same level of sensitivity, but I think that the key issue is that I've looked at the susceptibility of the landscape, not just of the appeal site, but the immediate surroundings and the wider surroundings, and assessed that to be higher than Mr. Evans.
Well, we're going to come to susceptibility in due course. If I just explain now, what we're doing is we're looking at general points. We're going to come on to look at the specifics of landscape character assessment, and then we'll move to visual later on. But this is a general point that essentially this isn't designated, as you've rightly said. It doesn't have the value that would allow it to reach those national designations. But likewise, it doesn't have the qualities that allowed it to be designated locally for special landscape area either, does it?
I think it was considered for designation, and then it's a matter of fact that it was considered and it didn't meet those criteria.
Yeah, and we'll
Yeah.
look at that a bit more in due course. And as you say, medium value, this is, it may have qualities, Mr. Ferber, and I'm not going to detract from that, but it is an ordinary landscape.
I don't think I would use the description ordinary. I think that's, it doesn't really mean very much. I don't think that's particularly tied to policy. I think it's much more instructive to look at it in terms of assigning it a value or assigning it a susceptibility. Just calling it ordinary is I don't think it's really accurate in the sense of what the key considerations are when you're assessing the impact of a proposal.
The development of this site wouldn't affect any designations. We know that national, local, concerned with landscape beauty, or indeed any other designation, for example, to preserve the site's openness. It's not greenbelt.
That's correct.
It doesn't have any other designation that provides protection to this site from development.
Not as far as I'm aware.
And development of the site wouldn't affect any designations outside of it. And I have particularly in mind the special landscape area to the west.
No, it wouldn't.
And we see appeal decisions from recent times where we've seen development come forward on valued landscapes.
Yes.
Permitted on greenbelt land.
Yeah, but greenbelt's not a landscape designation.
No, it's not, but it is nonetheless a designation that preserves the openness or is intended to preserve the openness of a place.
I wouldn't draw too much distinction with greenbelt because in terms of landscape value, it can vary hugely.
Yeah, well, I can take that up with the planning witness anyway. But nonetheless, we know there have been solar farms that have been permitted on designated land, given the weight of the benefit of renewable energy in those circumstances.
That's correct.
You don't say this is a rare or unusual landscape in your proof of evidence, do you?
Well, I don't use those words, but I think I've highlighted through the way that it's described in terms of its published characteristics within the South Northamptonshire landscape character area, that many of the qualities and key characteristics are of value, and also that they are highly susceptible to a development such as a solar farm with the added element of the battery storage.
That wasn't the question, Mr. Ferber. Just engage with the question, because you've answered a question about something and whether it's rare or unusual by saying it reflects the characteristics of the area. Now, the fact it does that means that this is not a rare or unusual piece of landscape, is it?
I think some aspects of it are unusual, but there aren't. If you're trying to suggest that there's some characteristics that isn't available in any other place, then of course that isn't the case. But everywhere, I think you've only got to look at the sort of strategic location of the site between three historic villages and experience a level of tranquility to realise that this isn't just an ordinary landscape that happens to be on the side of a dual carriageway or by a commercial plantation or by, you know, any other whole realm of possibilities if you looked at any other parcels of land within the district. So I think that it is I would prefer not to use the word sort of unusual, rare, or anything like that. I would prefer to defer to the terms that are in the methodology, which suggests that it's got a high susceptibility to the change to the type of development that's proposed.
The reason I use the term rare is because that's what's in box 5.1 in Glivia.
Yes, it is.
You're familiar with that. Of course
And
you
that's
are.
why I've assessed it as medium value, because that box 5.1 is referring to the criteria that assess that you assess landscape value by. So there's no, you know, I'm calling it medium.
Yeah, and I understand that, but I want to know how you get there, and I want to just explore some of the features. And I put it to you that I don't read anywhere in your proof a comment that there are features of this landscape or its character overall which are rare and unusual. And I'm right, you don't say that, do you?
No, I don't, but that doesn't preclude me reaching the conclusion that it's highly susceptible to change.
But we're talking about value, Mr. Furford. Please focus on the questions. We're going to come to susceptibility. I know you're eager to get there, and I won't deny you the opportunity, but we're talking about value at the moment. And I want you to engage with the questions on that basis. And looking a bit more into that, and we know that designations can be an indicator of value. As you've already identified, this inspector can record that when a review of the special landscape areas was undertaken in 2017, the appeal site was part of an area that was considered for inclusion in the designation, but was excluded because the criteria threshold were not met.
But yes, that's correct.
And to just get a little bit of the detail on that, it's core document 4.10. CD 4.10.
Yes.
And we'll see if we go within that, please, to page 8 and 2.5 recommendations.
Page 2.
Page 8,
Yeah.
paragraph 2.5. Potential sites that should be considered to be classed as a special landscape area will be given judgment and reviewed on whether the area is worthy of the landscape designation. The judgment will be based on the criteria used for the assessment. Many considerations taken into account are whether the area contains a number of valued characteristics and qualities, and whether these characteristics and qualities were reviewed to be of importance, that they warrant the need for protection and the classification as a special landscape area. And we see in this document what qualities and characteristics were taken into account as we go through. But I want to go down, please, to page 51.
Yes.
And we see here that that's essentially the plan of the area. And we've got the SLA with the number 6 running through it. And the appeal site is within the blue to the east of number 6.
That's correct.
Yeah. And that was an area considered but excluded because the threshold could not be achieved for criteria. Right. Yeah. And I should just say that those are set out at 4.6. That says essentially the special qualities that the assessors were looking for. And the criteria, both in respect of distinctiveness, perceptual character, landscape and scenic quality, cultural, natural character, and so on.
Yeah.
So elements that would be regarded as part of a value assessment for really.
It is a value assessment. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, you can put that document aside. And again, dealing with some broad points before we look at the specific landscape character and visual impacts. We know there is a footpath, I'm going to call it footpath 11, shorthand, I hope that's okay. That goes through the site broadly north to south, and the bridle way runs along the southern boundary broadly.
That's correct.
Neither of those routes are national or promoted routes.
They're not national routes, no.
No, or promoted, but very often you have local documents promoting certain walks around an area.
Yeah, I think things moved on a little bit since then. I think that you'll find that the routes are often sort of promoted sort of through sort of GIS and online forums and that sort of thing. You don't tend to have councils publishing those sort of documents anymore.
Gosh, well, Mr. Fairby, you and I have had some experience of locally promoted routes.
Yeah.
We've all dealt with the Leicestershire round in this room, I know that. But there's nothing like that here that you've
No,
been
no,
able
that's,
to
that's
identify.
slightly different. That's like a regionally promoted route and as part of a long distance footpath. So yeah, there aren't any of those in this area.
No. And no promoted viewpoints that you've identified would be adversely affected by the scheme.
No.
It's not part of your case or the council's case, and I put it like that because sometimes you differ, but it's neither part of your case nor the council's case to allege that this is a scheme that results in the loss of locally important views in conflict with policy SS21A.
So I'm just going to quickly refer to the policy. No, that isn't something that we've raised as an issue. No.
Yeah. So because as far as policy SS2 is concerned, you raise issues about 1B and 1D,
Yeah.
but no conflict alleged with 1A.
That's correct.
So we can assume then that it's not part of the council's objection to this scheme that the proposal would result in the loss of a locally important view.
Well, so loss of a view is quite a high threshold to for that to occur.
Yeah. Obviously, this is a place where local people would and do go for recreational purposes. But there's no evidence that you've provided that people travel a distance to come and walk the footpaths of this appeal site, specifically as they might, for example, with AONBs, local landmarks, that sort of thing.
I don't think that really matters. I mean, I think the important thing is that as I said, it's in a strategic location between three villages and it's evidently well used by local people. Whether or not you've got people coming from further afield is not hugely important, or is not hugely important in my assessment of what the impacts are.
You may not think it's important because it's not something you've identified here, but if this was a place where people travel to come, if this was a promoted location,
like a national park,
where people were being told to come and visit, to take in the views, to walk the footpaths, to experience the landscape, that would be a relevant consideration for this inspector, wouldn't it?
Well, it would be, but equally, I think as we've agreed in the landscape statement of common ground, the landscapes where people live and around where they live are very important, and Glivia emphasises that fact.
Yeah, skate parks are important to children who live in housing and want to visit it in their locality, aren't they?
I think that's two completely different things. I mean, I think what we're talking about here is a key sort of recreational resource that links three villages, that's very tranquil in nature, that's almost, well, it's described in the published landscape character assessments as timeless and deeply rural. I don't think you can compare the value of that with an active recreation sort of facility that could be provided pretty much anywhere.
Well, the point is that landscapes of people are important to the people who live there. Those are the people who experience them, who use them, who move around in them. That's almost universally true.
No, I don't think it is universally true. As I go back to the point about the other solar farms that have been consented in this district, and the fact that it was mentioned by the Rule 6 party that some of them supported those locations because they weren't in such an important location from a local recreational point of view, and also refer to solar farms that are in undesignated landscapes, that are in areas that where you can actually mitigate the effects successfully, which you can't achieve here because of the landform.
It is not unusual for people to value footpaths and recreational routes close to their home, is it?
No, it's not. But as I said, I sort of go back to the point that it's a key area of countryside between three historic settlements. It's not a footpath that's sort of at the back end of, you know, some terraced housing with some sort of fly tipping. at the back end of a 1960s housing estate, it's completely different context. So I'm not sure by saying that any footpath has value to local people it has any real relevance to the discussion in this appeal.
We have a footpath plan, helpfully. It's called Environmental Designation Plan, and it's figure 2.3 in the core document 7 series. And it's ES figure 2.3. It's the Environmental Designations Plan.
Yeah, got it.
And helpfully the special landscape area is shown on that as well. And we can see that this is an area that is well served by footpaths, bridleways, so on.
Yeah, I think so. And I think it goes back to the comment before that these rights of way that pass through and close to the appeal site, link the 3 villages. There are other opportunities for recreation. In fact, I think it was noted by the Rule 6 party how the impact on recreation to the north of Greatworth is being impacted by HS2. And the lack of access from that, which will go on for some years.
Yeah. Have you had the opportunity to walk the footpaths in the SLA and take that opportunity for recreation on your site visits?
I didn't, because they're not in the ZTV. They're not part of the consideration here, and also they're from different villages. They're almost sort of right on the edge of the study area, so they're not particularly relevant.
Okay, I'll note that not particularly relevant. Again,
To this consideration of this proposal, it's not relevant to assess the effects where you're outside the ZTV on a public footpath. If you're talking about the footpaths that are north of Farminghoe, I don't see the relevance of those to this assessment.
If part of your case theory, Mr. Ferber, is that there is a particular importance associated with this footpath going through this appeal site, then one might consider it helpful to understand the wider recreational opportunities. But I have your evidence that you haven't walked the SLA and your reasons for not doing so. But it's right, isn't it, when thinking about this scheme and those visual receptors that go about it, that have a view into it, there isn't one place where a viewer could stand and appreciate the full solar scheme as a result of topography and land cover.
I think that you get pretty close at viewpoint 10 from the montages that we've looked at. And I think also that we're generally in agreement, the appellant and I, from the views that are within and very close to the site, that there would be significant effects. So, the solar farm does form quite a notable sort of horizontal extent in those views. Obviously, the key difference is where we get to the higher land, but slightly further away, to the north, south, east, and west, where we both conclude a moderate effect. But Mr. Evans concludes that that would be not significant, whereas I conclude it would be significant. And furthermore, that the mitigation proposed is completely ineffective in reducing that effect.
I'll ask the question again. If I can have a straightforward answer and then qualify by all means in whatever way you want. But it's important for me to get the answer from my note. There isn't one place where a viewer could stand and appreciate the full extent of the scheme that's proposed here.
No, and that's the same with most development schemes. If you had a big housing estate, you stand on the edge of it, you only see the houses on the edge, you don't see the whole estate. It's a nonsensical question, really.
So again, you think that's irrelevant?
I think it is largely irrelevant.
Okay, well, we'll see what other inspectors have said about that in due course. You describe the proposal as industrial and industrializing. So I want to have a think about that, because industrial is a broad term. Now, we know and agree that solar farms are relatively low-lying development.
Yes.
They don't require significant earthworks and they sit on top of the land, allowing what is below to remain.
Well, I kind of do have a bit of a problem with the description. They sit on top of the land, because we're talking about 2.5 kilometres of access tracks that are going to be there for 40 years. Talking about 30 battery storage units and inverters that are in metal shipping containers that are sat on concrete or hardcore. And we've got piled foundations, or driven frames. So to say they sit on top of the land like they float or something is a very silly description and not accurate in at all.
I think that there might be a lot of inspectors that are upset about your characterization of silly descriptions in that way. What you've identified in terms of access tracks, which can quite readily and are found in the rural area in any event, and battery storage are frankly a very small component of this scheme compared to the area that will be taken by solar panels.
Well, yeah, but they are a significant component because they're present all the way along the public footpath, and they're required, they're essential infrastructure, aren't they, really, together with the CCTV cameras and the fencing and all the other uncharacteristic sort of components that I appreciate have been designed to minimize their impact, but we're talking about a reduction in impact, not an elimination of impact in terms of other infrastructure. So it's unfair to say that it's just solar panels floating over farmland and everything else is all a bit minor and doesn't have any impact.
Just turn with me, if you will, for a moment. We're going to have a look at the Bramley appeal decision. That's core document 614.
Yes.
And now, of course, whenever we go to appeal decision, it's with the caveat, it's a different landscape, it's a different site, and the conclusions and observations of the inspector won't necessarily translate. But just a general principle within that, we can see that this was a scheme of a similar magnitude. I think it was 49.9 or pretty close.
I'll take your word for that.
Well, I hope I'd remember, but in any event, it was certainly of that magnitude. And where I want to go, please, within that is paragraph 27 of the decision letter. And the inspector says this: with the exception of infrastructure items such as a substation and battery storage unit, the proposed development would not sit heavily upon the land in terms of any need for deep or extensive foundations. There would be no material change to topography, and the majority of the site would be retained in agricultural use as grazing pasture. As general comments, they equally apply to this scheme as they did to that scheme.
Yeah, I think that wording is different from the wording that you used before, but I think that the general description is accurate, and I reached the same conclusion as Mr. Evans, that there wouldn't be a significant impact on topography or land cover. I think the difference between us is that I consider that the land cover change is adverse, whereas he considers it beneficial, but neither of them are considered significant.
Thank you, that's helpful. Once completed, if this scheme were to be given planning permission, it would read as an area of countryside with a solar farm in it, wouldn't it?
How do you mean it would read?
Well, the appeal scheme would not change the nature or character of this location from one of countryside.
Well, of course, it would be an industrial energy facility. It's not going to be as it was before. I'm not sure, you know, why, you know, if you're saying that it will have a dual function because you can graze the land for sheep, as well as having the solar energy, then it has a dual purpose. But you know, I struggle to come up with a description that would refer to it as you know, is rural in character or agricultural land. You know, it's a solar farm.
Yeah, a solar farm within fields in the countryside. That would be how this would be perceived.
Well, yes, but that's the perception is not just about what it would look like. You've got to look at the other aspects of sort of issues like tranquility and how people would experience the impact along sort of over a kilometre of public footpaths, passing the battery storage stations and the inverters. That's not just a visual impact, that's, you know, passing all of the CCTV cameras and the uncharacteristic fencing. It's going to be a perception of walking through a solar farm and around a solar farm. You're not going to get the impression of it's going to be nowhere near the baseline situation. I think we're in agreement, both myself and Mr. Evans on that fact.
Yeah, I mean, you keep asking yourself questions and I'm not asking you, Mr. Ferber, and it's taking us a little bit longer than expected. As I said, qualify, but I'm asking very specific questions. And I think we've agreed that once completed, this would still be a solar farm in fields in the countryside.
It's yes, it would be a solar farm.
A solar farm in fields in the countryside.
Well, yeah, evidently it will be.
And in terms of reversibility, the panels upon decommissioning can be removed and the land restored relatively quickly.
I think that the points on decommissioning is that after 40 years, it's unclear exactly what would happen. I think one of the conditions is likely to be that it would be restored back to agriculture. But I think at that point, probably some of the hedgerows that were being used to screen the solar panels, if the solar panels were removed, would also be removed because it wouldn't be efficient to farm the land with those in place. So it's possible that it could be restored back to what it is today in 40 years' time.
Yeah, well, you take an issue with those hedgerows anyway.
Yeah.
In some respects, Mr. Ferber, so no harm caused there if that was the case.
Yeah.
See where we got to in 40 years. But that reversibility, that's important, isn't it, compared to a typical permanent industrial use? It's a difference between that and a solar farm scheme.
Well, I just think 40 years is more than a generation, so it's long term, and I think that's been recognised by everybody, including the Rule 6 parties. But yes, compared with a permanent industrial use, you're asking for permission for 40 years.
Yeah, there's two points there, isn't there? There's the duration, which is 40 years, and as you say, it's a long time. No one is going to say otherwise. Sure, there's some people in this room that aren't quite there yet. But there's also the point about reversibility and how easily solar farm development can be deconstructed and removed from the land.
Yeah.
And also in this case as well, we know that there is proposed to be an agricultural use remaining on site with sheep grazing, and of course a significant biodiversity that can be achieved. Again, different to a traditional or typical industrial form of development.
Well, I think again, there's many industrial developments that can have high biodiversity value if green roofs and other sort of measures are adopted. But you know, essentially, it is not going to be. It's not a permanent industrial facility. Yes.
Yeah, not many industrial facilities with sheep grazing in and around the development.
No, I mean, I'm using the words that the appellant is used in chapter 2. I'm not introducing any new terms. in describing the solar farm?
Solar farms, in terms of emissions, of course, they don't have lots of moving parts and emit smoke, steam or anything like that.
Well, they're moving, and I think that's the point that you know, could be of relevance to certainly to recreational users, is the fact that they are moving between 15 and 25 degrees. Probably not going to notice it by walking from one end of the solar farm to the other. But
No, I
if you were to
suspect
use if you were to use it at different times of day, plus you've got the 90 odd CCTV cameras around the perimeter of the site, the combination of the two things might be unsettling. But yeah, clearly it's not going to be the same as a industrial facility. However, what I would say is that most industrial processes and facilities anyway would be contained visually within a building, so you're not likely to see a lot of necessarily see a lot of moving parts, if for want of a better description.
The point of these questions really is it to really understand the nature of solar farms and what they're about and how they sit in the landscape and are perceived. One of the points that you've raised is your Appendix D, and you've raised the issue of noise.
Yes.
And I just want to explore this with you, please, if I may. And you've taken essentially the noise plan. I think you say that you have no expertise in noise.
No.
It's not a point upon which the council have objected to the scheme, is it?
They considered noise with respect to the residential properties as sensitive receptors. And I'm considering it as having, it is not an impact on noise as a a statutory nuisance. The reason I'm raising it is that it will have an influence on how people's recreational experiences to use the footpath through the site.
Yeah. Mr. February, you here pushing your own views forward to this inspector, or are you representing the council?
I'm explaining the context of why I've raised it.
Which is it? Mr. Ferber's views or the council's views? What are you here to put forward?
The council's views.
Right. So let's be very clear then. Statement of common ground, please, at core document 9.5. And within that, the core document 9.5 is the main statement of common ground. It's not your landscape statement of common ground.
Yeah.
And what we read there at 8.17 under the heading risks of pollution and disposal of panels is both parties agree that the proposed development has limited potential to create any noise, dust or light pollution impacts, and that the council's environmental health officers raised no objection to the proposed development in respect of potential nuisance, air pollution or land contamination. Appropriate mitigation could be secured by condition. Do you see that?
I do.
This is not a council that has objected to this scheme on the basis of noise impact, is it?
No, in terms of private residential amenity, it's not. No.
Has this council anywhere in its reason for refusal or statement of case set out an objection to this scheme based on noise impact to recreational footpath users?
No.
If so,
No,
please take me to it.
No, it hasn't, but it's not talking about that. It's talking about potential nuisance. It's not talking about, it's talking about nuisance as in if you were living in your private property and the noise was causing your living conditions to be unacceptable. That's what it's talking about. It's not talking about recreational experience.
I'm not sure it makes a difference, Mr. Ferber, because my question is this a council which has objected in its reason for refusal with which the inspector is engaged, has objected to this scheme on the basis of noise impacts to recreational users of the footpath?
It hasn't specifically mentioned recreational users, no.
No. So it hasn't objected on that basis, has it?
But it would be remiss not to consider the impact of noise on recreational users and on landscape character, because it's a relevant consideration.
Well, one might, if it was a relevant consideration upon which the scheme should be determined, one might expect to see it in the reason for refusal, yes?
Well, I think there's a general landscape reason for refusal, isn't there?
Well, where is it in the statement of case then? Have you read that document, Mr. Fair?
I have.
You have? Did you contribute to it?
I did review it at an early stage.
Right.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
So you didn't contribute to the council's statement of case?
So you could just give me a reference,
Yes,
please?
forgive me, it's core document 9.3. Dated March 2023.
Yes, sorry, I did have a look at this. It was right at the start of when I was instructed. And I think that this does relate to reason for refusal one, because the noise impact relates to harming the intrinsic character of the countryside.
Well, where is noise? Or any objections based on noise set out in the statement of case?
It's inherent in the reason for refusal.
So now appellants on an appeal should take any objection on landscape to be an allegation of adverse noise impacts. Is that
No,
the evidence you're giving this inquiry?
It's not an adverse noise impact, it's an adverse landscape character impact. And to consider landscape character, you have to consider tranquility, of which noise is a component. You have to consider lighting, you have to consider a lot of things.
So it's an adverse landscape character impact. That's the way in which she bill it.
It's a landscape character impact.
The council has not at any stage required a planning condition dealing with the noise impact in respect of landscape character, has it?
Because it was satisfied that there wouldn't be a significant adverse impact on residential properties with the appropriate mitigation to warrant the EHO to be involved and nuisance to be a likely issue.
Yes, agreed. Now can we deal with your evidence, please, in
Yeah.
respect of noise impacts on landscape character? The council hasn't proposed any condition and you haven't sought to suggest a condition that might deal with the issue of mitigating noise impact.
Because it's not possible to do that because of the location of where the battery storage is along the footpath route. It's not possible to mitigate it. You've got some noise screens that mitigate the impact from the properties, but you're always going to have the impact along the route.
Well, that might come down to you not being a noise expert, Mr. Ferber. But in any event, I can take that up with Mr. Burrell about what might be potential mitigation there. But you've included a noise plan within your proof of evidence. We've had a look at it, Appendix D, without any context or explanation of what the noise contours mean or how the sound would be experienced or for how long.
I've looked at the assessment insofar as to understand that it would be, the noise would likely be in the middle of the day when the fans need to operate and create the noise at that point in time. I've also experienced sort of the noise situation at other solar farms where they've got the storage. So I'm aware of what sort of noise it is that you would be able to obviously have a conversation with somebody, but you would be very aware that there was an artificial noise in the background. So the point was made that it would have an adverse impact on tranquility. It's not a point that it's going to make a noise impact that would exceed any threshold, which in any event are designed for residents at properties in relation to living conditions.
Yeah, and there's 2 points there. You're exactly right. First is that the level of noise is around the conversational decibel level. And secondly, it's not a continuous noise. It's at certain times when certain operations are taking place, most likely the middle of the day.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to bottom this point about tranquility out, because you also refer in your evidence to paragraph 185 of the National Planning Policy Framework. You might want to take that up.
The framework.
Yeah. So you've cited this in your evidence.
Yeah.
As being relevant to the issue of tranquility. And what that says is that planning, well, first of all, this isn't part of the reason for refusal, is it?
No.
No conflict has been alleged with this policy by the local authority. It tells us planning policies and decisions should also ensure that new development is appropriate for its location, taking into account the likely effects, including cumulative effects of pollution on health, living conditions in the natural environment, as well as the potential sensitivity of the site or the wider area to impacts that could arise from development. In doing so, we've got two criteria. First, mitigate and reduce to a minimum potential adverse impacts resulting from noise from new development, and avoid noise giving rise to significant adverse impacts on health and quality of life. First point, there's no conflict with the first part of that policy, part A, is there?
No, I think it's more in relation to point B.
Identify and protect tranquil areas which have remained relatively undisturbed by noise and are prized for their recreational and amenity value for this reason. First point on that, this isn't a council which has identified this as an area of tranquility that should be protected for that reason, not in its plan, not in any supplementary planning document.
No, it hasn't. I think what paragraph 185 is seeking is not just planning policies, but decisions as well.
Yeah, I see that, but let's try and understand how one might understand that in the context of all sites within a local authority area. There is no evidence that the appeal site is prized for its amenity and recreation value more than any other countryside location that has a footpath running through it in these character areas where this is noted as a particular characteristic.
I think it needs a bit more analysis than that, to be honest. I think you look at the key characteristics of the published landscape character areas as they were identified for South and Northamptonshire, and look at some of those key characteristics which refer to things or refer to topics such as tranquility, timelessness, deeply rural in character, and you assess whether those key characteristics apply to the site in the immediate locality or not. It's not a question of just taking key characteristics from published assessments and sort of saying, well, they all apply, or they, here they are. You have to look at them and evaluate them and assess which apply to the site and the locality.
But what we're engaged here with B is prized for their recreational amenity value for this reason. That calls for a comparative exercise, or at least some clear evidence that is the case. And there's no evidence base upon which to do that, having regard in particular to the factors that we've explored, that there are no national routes or promoted footpaths going through this area. There are no promoted viewpoints. This site doesn't appear in any documentation anywhere that encourages people to come and visit, does it?
But I think that it would become rather less tranquil if that was the case. I think the point is that it's a factual assessment of how the land is and how you experience it along those rights of way. I would say that it is, I would personally say that it's quite unusually tranquil from much of the public footpaths through the site. Whether or not there's a specific designation, which I'm be very surprised if you had a designation in a local plan that identified tranquil areas outside of maybe a statutory landscape designation or non-statutory landscape designation. I've never come across one.
You've never come across tranquility mapping?
That isn't a tranquil area designation by a local authority.
No, but it's some indication of where areas are and where they're regarded as tranquil. We don't have anything like that here, do we?
Well, the CPRE had undertaken that assessment, but that isn't really available to look at a site level. It's a very kind of granular, it's not granular enough to make any conclusions from it.
Another point I want to explore with you, which is not part of the reason for refusal again, concerns the green infrastructure corridor, the
Yeah.
setting of which you say will be harmed by the proposals.
Yes.
Okay, let's take this in stages. 5.4 of your proof of evidence. You refer to policies BN1 of the Joint Core Strategy and any 3 of the Part 2 local plan.
Yeah.
And the harmful impact you allege is adverse landscape and visual impacts in the setting of the asset.
Yes.
And you do that while also recognizing that opening up the route along the disused railway alongside that, or rather within the green infrastructure asset, could have additional public benefits at paragraph 2.11 of your proof.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the difference between it being informally used at the moment and that that right being sort of given by the landowner, but practically it happens today.
Yeah, but we know people use that
yeah.
route without permission.
Yeah.
So that's essentially it's trespass. The landowner could prevent it.
Yes.
And formalizing the route and allowing people to walk through it would be a benefit in terms of enhancing recreational opportunities within the site.
Yeah, I've said it could, yes, it could have some additional public access benefits.
Yeah.
Assuming that it can be achieved with limited vegetation clearance, but it's likely to be modest because the route would be flanked on both sides by solar panels.
Okay, well, that's the benefit. Now let's just have a look at what you say is the harm, please. And I want to go for this to core document 2.1, which is the Joint Core Strategy. Page 113 tells us what green infrastructure is about. We're all very familiar with the concept. You tell me when you're there.
Yeah, sorry, scroll past it. Yes.
So we see 10.9 green infrastructure is a network comprising the broadest range of multifunctional green spaces, their connections and other environmental features including but not limited to parks, private green spaces, woodlands, wetlands, open and running water, wastelands, disturbed grounds, rivers and canals, their banks, roads, rail corridors, public rights of way allotments, cemeteries and churchyards. GI is an asset that enables the environment to support and maintain ecological processes while sustaining land, air and water resources, and is important within and beyond urban areas. This particular section looks at the connections between different spaces, which include registered parks and gardens, historic battlefields, woodlands, meadows, and other amenity spaces. So what that tells us is public access isn't required for green infrastructure, but it can be a public benefit, as you recognise, if people can access and enjoy it.
Yes.
It tells us green infrastructure can occur in all sorts of places, in urban areas, in rural areas, surrounded by development, surrounded by countryside.
Yes.
And then when we look at 10.11 and 10.12, we read this, that the sub-regional green infrastructure corridors are the corridors that provide the link between the major areas of population within Northamptonshire and beyond into neighbouring counties. The function of these corridors is to connect areas of natural heritage, green space, biodiversity or other environmental interest. Local green infrastructure corridors provide links between sub-regional corridors. And then this at 10.12, green infrastructure has economic benefits and is an essential element in helping to manage the environmental impact of continued economic growth. The Northamptonshire-wide approach to green infrastructure is set out within the landscape character assessment, which is supported by a prioritisation and management strategy for the network, as well as identifying areas for future enhancement. The landscape sensitivity and green infrastructure studies for each of the 4 towns within West Northamptonshire identify green infrastructure assets and opportunities. These documents provide a more detailed framework, etc. So quite a detailed explanation there of green infrastructure, what it includes, what it does, what it can contribute to. There is nothing within that explanation about the setting of green infrastructure and the need to preserve that. We are very much focused on the asset itself, aren't we?
From what you've just covered, that's correct.
We'll look at the policy as well, policy BN1, because explanatory text, of course, isn't the policy. Help me with this. There is no requirement within the policy to preserve the setting of green infrastructure, is there?
Well, I think it comes down to sort of when you look at some of the requirements to be designed to the highest quality in terms of appearance. The proposal isn't in isolation, it's coming off the back of the solar farm. So you've got to look at the proposal as the solar farm and the permitted access. So I don't believe that that's could be considered to be designed to the highest quality.
Forgive me. Let's deal with this in stages. Focus on the question again, please, Mr. Ferber. We're going to be here all week otherwise. There is no requirement within this policy to preserve the setting of green infrastructure, is there?
It doesn't state those particular terms, no, but it's surely a relevant consideration, somebody's recreational experience through a green infrastructure corridor. Well, at the moment,
sorry, forgive me, carry on.
At the moment, yes, there isn't any authority for people to do that. But at the moment, that route, whether it was offered voluntarily, regardless of the solar farm, would be through a green infrastructure corridor that sits in farmland, and the gaps between the tree planting along the banks of the railway would be of open farmland. With the proposal, it's enclosed on both sides by the solar farm and the battery storage, so it's having an impact visually and from the noise from the battery storage. So I don't think that falls into, if you are looking at the proposal as a whole, which you are in this case, that falls into designed to be the highest quality in terms of enhancement and protection, so and designed to the highest quality in terms of appearance.
So it's C, be designed to the highest quality in terms of appearance, access, provision, and biodiversity enhancement and protection. That's what you're hanging your hat on. It's C. Is it?
It is, but also I think it's also D, because you have to consider natural and cultural heritage features, which the solar farm doesn't, by developing right up to the edge of that corridor.
Help me here, if you will. These measures are focused on, again, the green infrastructure asset itself, not its surroundings, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, and it also is a policy that concerns the provision of new green infrastructure. This is not new green infrastructure, is it?
No, it's not.
It's there already. It's there already, and it's an asset that will be made available for members of the public by sensitive treatment, enhancement and protection for the lifetime of the solar farm scheme, correct?
That's the proposal.
Yeah. That does not conflict in any way with policy BM1, does it? By virtue of what you suggested, an adverse impact on the setting of the green infrastructure asset.
I think it's also, if you look at paragraph 10.12, it's talking about the green infrastructure studies to identify assets and opportunities, and how at the site-specific level development can enhance the green infrastructure networks. I don't think this development is enhancing the green infrastructure network for two main reasons. The first is the setting of it in terms of the solar farm, and the second reason is that if you encourage access in the locations, all that's doing is just linking the existing footpath route that's already there. We're not providing linkages along the whole of the railway corridor. or looking at it in an integrated way. It's a very modest benefit,
So it is a benefit.
but extremely modest.
Right, so a modest benefit. The other point is, Mr. Ferber, because you haven't articulated a case pursuant to this policy. The council hasn't refused this scheme on the basis of policy BM1, has it?
No,
No, it hasn't even alleged harm on the basis of BM1.
no.
No, in fact, what it does is it says that the green infrastructure is a benefit. What you're doing with that corridor is a benefit.
Yeah, but it all comes down to weight, doesn't it?
Well, no, it comes down to your assessment that there is some issue about the setting of the green infrastructure for which you find no support in policy. Do you?
Well, I think if you were to consider a green infrastructure connection in the absence of any of the rest of the development proposal, and that was the policy test, it would be ridiculous, because you could end up putting, you could say, well, I'll put a green infrastructure corridor through the middle of a power station. As long as the green infrastructure and the trees were alive, it doesn't matter what's going on around it. You know, it's bizarre. You have to look at the context. Otherwise, where can the benefits be really judged?
As we've discussed, green infrastructure can have a very, very valuable function going through urban areas. It does go through urban areas.
Yes.
Yeah.
But surely, if you were looking at proposed development to enclose something that's already there within farmland with a solar farm, it can't be of a benefit for the future recreational use of that corridor. It's common sense.
Policy NE3 is at core document 3.1 on page 111, and that's the joint core strategy green infrastructure corridor policy. Again, nothing in the council's case alleges a conflict with that policy.
Sorry, could you just give me the page reference?
Yeah, it's core document 3.1, it's page 111, and it's policy NE3. Core document 3.1. Um, 111. No allegation of a conflict with that policy.
Well, again, I think it comes about whether it's under when you're talking about the integrity of the green infrastructure corridor. Well, if the integrity is that it's used as a recreational resource for people walking along it, then clearly the solar farm will undermine that.
Well, it's not presently used lawfully as a recreational resource, is it?
No.
No. And we read again, 11.4.1, green infrastructure covers all sorts of things, from private green spaces, public green spaces, cemeteries, churchyards, so on and so forth, yes?
Yeah, but I think under item 2, it's talking about including the establishment of new infrastructure and improvements to the quality, use and provision. I don't think that, okay, you say that you're improving the existing infrastructure, and I've acknowledged that there's a modest benefit, but I think that it's not going to be a recreational experience that people will go out of their way to enjoy.
Again, 11.41 is quite instructive in this explanatory text. Cast your eye down to the bottom of that paragraph. GI is an asset that enables the environment to support and maintain ecological processes while sustaining land, air and water resources, and is important within and beyond urban areas. Again,
Yes.
Nothing about this scheme conflicts with that particular aim.
No, but I think it goes back to the start of that paragraph, capable of delivering a wide range of environmental and quality of life benefits. Well, it's already there, so it's already delivering the environmental benefits. You're not proposing to do anything to it, so it's already delivering those benefits. Quality of life benefit for the local community by putting a permissive footpath along a short stretch of a corridor through the middle of a solar farm is a benefit for the community. I just don't read that.
Well, you've accepted a benefit with respect, Mr. Ferber, at
Well,
2.11 of your
modest, yeah,
proof.
it's because it's outweighed by it's outweighed by what you're delivering. It's so modest that it's not even on the scale of weighing in favour of the proposal in any stretch of the imagination.
Well, there's a difference between us there, and I can return to it tomorrow. Landscape character effects next, please. And first of all, I want to look at the elements of landscape that combine to make up the character.
Just before we dive in, Mr. Smith, and
Yes.
I'm not going to go into the reasons why we are where we are, but we are at 10 to 5. Any feel for how long we've got?
I'm not going to finish before 5.
No, I'm just wondering how reasonable it is for us to go on a little bit beyond, or whether we should find a point to stop, put Mr. Ferber into his isolation overnight and come back in the morning.
I'm afraid that looks likely. Yes.
Okay. I'll leave it with you to find a reasonable place to stop, flexible around 5, but reasonable place to stop.
Yeah.
And then we'll sort out how we deal with it tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, sir. So the statement of common ground, we have that shows the difference between you and Mr. Evans.
Yes.
And as we dealt with at the start of your cross-examination, there are going to be some benefits arising from the scheme in respect of character elements, for example, in respect of trees and hedgerow planting.
Yes, to a non-significant level, yes.
Say you, important to point out there are differences between us.
That's correct.
Tree planting, Mr. Evans says that's a major beneficial, significant effect. And what we have here is proposed to be significant tree planting on site within hedgerows, provision of new tree belts. Those are elements of the scheme that you're aware of.
I mean, that's how it's described. I don't consider them to be significant in the context of the existing vegetation, or really what they're going to achieve. They're primarily there to attempt rather unsuccessfully to screen views of the solar panels.
Just on that, just because something is provided by way of mitigation doesn't mean it can't be a benefit. Does it?
No, but I think it's when you look at the reasons for in the chapter 2 of the ES of why they're proposing to reinforce and screen the hedgerows, is talking about screening views of the solar panels. That's the purpose of the mitigation.
Yeah. But perfectly ordinary and acceptable form of mitigation when it comes to new development.
It is if it's effective, but unfortunately it's not, as we've seen from the montages.
We know that this is a landscape that is characterized by hedgerow trees, woodland blocks, copses.
Yes.
The inspector will have observed, as we all have on site, that this is a well-wooded landscape.
I think well wooded is possibly a little strong, but there is woodland in the landscape, yes.
Yeah, and as part of the landscape guidelines, to put it plainly, planting is encouraged, and that's tree planting, hedgerow planting. It's regarded as a good thing almost universally.
Well, I think that's why I've assessed that there is, there are some benefits in the addition of new hedgerows and trees, but the issue I've got is whether they are, in terms of how they're managed, whether that is appropriate for the locality, because you tend to have either hedgerows that are cut to about 1.5 meters in height with hedgerow trees much taller than that, or you tend to have outgrown hedgerows that obviously are a lot taller. I think what we're talking about here is different because it's specific to maybe not the tree belts themselves, but certainly the hedgerows being maintained at sort of 3 to 4 meters high is quite an artificial management regime that isn't actually, is designed to screen views of the solar panels from some of the footpaths within the site. It's not actually characteristic of the landscape.
Okay, take that up with Mr. Evans. He'll make a note to come back to that in his own evidence. But I want to just deal with this. As we've agreed, the landscape character guidelines regard tree and hedgerow planting as a good thing.
Generally, yeah.
Yeah, generally. You'd be hard pushed, I think, to find a landscape character guideline in an area like this that does exhibit hedge and tree cover that didn't regard planting of new hedgerows, gapping up all of those things as a good thing. And it's a good thing for landscape character.
It is, but what the point I would say is that on the landscape strategy plan, and I have looked at this in detail in the field, that there's a lot of labels that talk about retaining and reinforcing and gapping up. But when you actually look at the hedgerows, there's very few gaps in them. They're usually just this sort of field access points. Certainly there's benefit in planting extra trees within the hedgerows.
It's important though, isn't it, for the LEMP over the lifetime of the scheme to ensure that where gaps become visible or where things need gapping up, that there's a mechanism by which that can be done.
Yeah,
to ensure that
particularly with ash dieback, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you raised that point about ash dieback, and perhaps now's an appropriate time to go there. You say you're not an arboricultural expert, so we won't go into sort of that much detail, but you did bring core document 7.10 to the inspector's attention, which is the arboricultural impact assessment.
Yes.
And you talked about the quantum of ash that you could discern from that report.
As far as I could.
As far as you could.
Yeah.
And again, we understand that you're not an expert in this. But turn within there, please, if you will, core document 7.10 to page 21. And tell me when you have that.
So what is it? Don't see any numbers on the pages. Is it PDF page 21?
Yes. You should see on there, you should have a table and there should be the heading woodland.
Yes.
Above the second table.
Yes.
And those are two of the woodlands to the east of Halse Road, yes?
That's my understanding, yes.
Yeah, well, we can see that if we look at the plan, just to put this in context. Should have had that reference down, really. It's the plan that is on page 6 of 29. Of the impact assessment.
Yes.
So that's the woodland we're looking at, and you expressed some views about ash dieback. But when we look at woodland, we see there that the arboriculturalist who went along to site assessed the health and vitality of that woodland.
Yes.
And the structural condition.
Yes.
So we're back on page 21 and found both of those to be good.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is obviously sort of nearly 3 years out of date now, this tree survey. So things change a lot with ash dieback in that period of time.
But nonetheless estimated at that time remaining contribution 40 years.
3 years ago, yes.
Yeah, well, you say 3 years ago. It's a problem, Mr. Ferber, that you've raised. What's the solution? This is important. What's the solution?
The solution is that you're conservative with your assessment of what the visual effects are from various receptors where you're relying on existing tree cover to screen. And that's what I've done in my assessment, whilst I've not, undertaken a specific assessment that says, well, this section of sort of tree planting that screens this feature has so much percentage of ash, because I don't know what that percentage is. I've noted generally that there's a high proportion of ash in the locality, and therefore you need to be a bit on the conservative side with judging how much of a role that existing vegetation will have in screening views of the development proposals.
So that's how you've considered ash dieback as part of your assessment. You've been conservative. You say in your assessment of the ability of those areas to screen and mitigate visual impact. Another answer could be this, that we would have, if permission were granted in respect of this scheme, a landscape ecological management plan.
Yeah, and I think I have made reference to that, the fact that the draft LEMP hadn't included measures, but it could be if it was conditioned and so on, yes.
Yeah, And that would ensure that the issue of ash dieback was taken into account in providing that landscape planting mitigation to reduce visual effects around the scheme. where
Yeah, I mean,
applicable.
it doesn't eliminate it, because I think what the comment was, that in order to mitigate, you would sort of judge whether or not the canopy was likely to close up before you replanted, whether you let natural regeneration take hold or whether you actually physically replant. That's obviously the details for the management plan. But effectively, there is a lag time where from the death of a tree or the decline of a tree and the infilling of that space, where is going to be either views are opened up or the screening effect of the vegetation is more limited.
There is a mechanism whereby ash dieback can be taken into account
Yes,
on this
there is,
site
there
as
is.
part of the
There
landscape
is a
ecological
mechanism,
management
yes.
plan.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's probably a good place to pause, sir.
Very good, thank you, Ms. Osmond-Smith. I always do like to finish cross-exam within times, but within inquiry day times. But occasionally it happens that we have to overlap day to day. Mr. Ferber, you're an experienced witness at these events. You know the implications of that in terms of a need for an element of isolation for you overnight before coming back. Tomorrow to continue with the cross-exam, just for me, looking ahead at my programming, any gut feelings on time, Ms. Osmond-Smith?
So I'm just over halfway through, but I think the next part will be faster, if I can put it that way, than the first part. I should also say, in respect of the Rule 6 party, and along the same theme as I expressed earlier for members of the public, I'm not going to spend time challenging personal opinions.
No.
And the way that people feel about their local landscape.
Of course.
Not here to change their view. Excuse the pun. But that's a lot of what CLAG have to say. There are some points that I need to pick up with, particularly in respect of land ownership boundaries. But as to the broader points about this is a special landscape to us.
Yeah.
Fine. Yeah.
Okay.
So I think I can take some of those time estimates down for that reason.
Okay.
Don't know if my learned friend has any idea about examination in chief and how long that might take.
Yes, probably. I think we sent over time estimates, which I don't have them to hand right now, but I think they will tomorrow morning be about 10 to 15 minutes each.
Yes, they were quite optimistic at about 15 minutes each, I thought.
I don't think for most of them, other than perhaps Mr. Ward, it will go beyond 15 minutes.
That's fine. Okay, that's helpful. It's just I always try to keep some sort of a feel on the program so I can warn people who maybe were expecting to come back on a certain day.
I'll be between 60 and 90. I won't be any more than 90.
No. Fine, let's leave you overnight, as it is 5:05 now. Leave you overnight with the joy of conditions ? Site visit. I'll pick up on them in the morning.
And just to let you know that Mr. Ferber and I are in separate establishments, so there is no difficulty.
Thank you very much. I do realise there's a bit of an issue with the site visit that Mr. Ferber is part of the discussion about how an itinerary might work its way out.
I don't think we could object him talking to Mr. Evans.
No. Just saying that it as a point of debate within a wider team format, there is. I appreciate that's an issue, but I'm sure that people can manage that.
He's on the case.
Perfectly
We've discussed it already. He knows what we think.
Yeah.
And we won't need to be at him overnight.
That's ideal. All right. Ladies and gents, thank you very much for your contributions today. Look forward to seeing you at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Yes, I am at a CMC at 9. I'm going to tell the inspector I've got to be here at 10. And I'll be downstairs in a booth with the headphones on.
Who are you with, Mr. Richards? Okay. I will be flexible if you happen to be a few minutes late. We'll just do the best that we can. I'll see you all at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you very much.